Imagine going bold. That would suck. Oh. Where's my... If I'm here... Just like... Blah, blah, blah. Should be there. Much betterer. I love muffins. I love muffins. I love peanut butter. I don't know, my mouth is all like... My mouth is all peanut buttered. Delicious. All right. Let us begin us. Copilot, hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? I'm doing quite swimmingly. I'm going quite swimmingly. I'm well. I'm good. Shell Shark, how is it going? First in the YouTube chat. Jed M from NZ. Speaking of New Zealanders, actually, I've been bottle feeding these 2 lambs. And they're getting so fat. Amethyst, how's it going? So I should probably not, like, chew food while I'm talking. Night Cow. I hope you're doing better. Hope you're doing better than before. Missed last stream, so keen to see where you're at with this. Me too, I missed the last stream as well, actually. So I'm keen to see where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? Been on a holiday, been seeing some interesting titles going on my notifications. Yeah, my titles are a bit all over the place. Especially when I'm doing just like, you know, random shit like this. So, last time we were doing... Right, the painty voxel painty stuff. Yes. Yep. I think I remember what our issue was that we were running into. It was to do with the Y... Yeah, the Y coordinate increasing by 3 as we go down in the Z, or up in the Z. So why is it going by 3? Why by 3? So we would need to... You can see it on the side here, by the way. We made a function library. This is where we're just putting all the helper functions. Okay, so voxel... the coords to index works fine. It's then when we go back from index to coords that we're kind of getting fucked. So... What am I doing wrong here? So something about the Y. We're dividing the Y by the X. Do we need to divide the Y by the X times the Y? No, because that's what we're doing here for the Z. How do you convert one-dimensional list into a three-dimensional coordinate? So the problem is that we should be... as we go down in the Z, we increase by X times Y amount. And then we're only dividing by 3. So we need to divide it by 3 again. But which one is it? Like, which one are we dividing by? Do you know what I mean? Because it's all fucking 3 by 3 by 3. I should probably be testing this with a, with something that isn't just like, you know, a 3 by 3, like, uniform arrangement. Let's go to our test boy. We were giving this 3 by 3, so let's go like 3 by 4 by 6. And then 3 by 4. Oh, by 6. And then in our test actor, we are doing 3 by 4 by 6. Now, obviously, all this shit will just get done properly at some point, but this should be enough to just voxel paint it in a 4 by 3 by 6. Sweet. And then we've got our little fella. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Cool. Okay, so what the fuck happened here? Oh, because I haven't. Yeah, whatever. So we're going from... Where's our start point? It's over here? No, X. Okay, this is 0, 0, 0. No, this is 0, 3, 0. There we go. Okay, this corner over here. So, as we go across in the x-axis, X goes up by 1. So the index is in the middle. If you guys can see that. Can you set the debug text size? Also, why isn't it Comic Sans? Oh, this isn't the Prismatica file. Right. So we want... Yeah, that goes up by 1. Index goes up by 1, and it's correct over there. As we go from here to here, it should increase by 3. And yes, Y to Y is correct. As we go down, 3 by 4 is 12. So this should be index 12, yes. But then our Y is 4. So our Y needs to be divided by the... Y needs to be divided by its own dimension? Right? Because X gets divided by... No, it gets modulo... Does this need to be modulo Y dimension? Is that what's going wrong? I mean, that could also just be divided by. Oh, but then we get integer fucking non-integer numbers. So it's index mod X equals X coordinate. Index divided by X mod Y equals the Y coordinate. And then index divided by X times Y equals the Z coordinate. So that should be it. So get our little swinger. Swing it up this corner. It's 1, 1, 1. That's 1, 2. Cool. That's Y1, Y2, Y3. And if we go down an X, the Y stays the same, but the Z changes. So yeah, that's exactly what we are looking for, which is great. And if we look up here, we can see our little slice of this one cube as we like move this shit around, you know. So we go to the top. Actually, no, I think it's the bottom slice is the first one. No, it must be at the top. Oh, right, top is 0. Yeah. So yeah, then we can just turn that into a Banger. Very good. Yeah. Sweet. Alright. So someone was asking what the flip am I doing? Also, I think the music's too loud. I had it up like full. My apologies. My apologies. Are there any mods in the chat to ban bots? Let me just create a dashboard, stream manager. Oh wait, they are banned. Never mind. You did? Okay, sorry, I didn't see. It doesn't in the OBS, like the combined chat. It doesn't delete messages once they've been put there. All right, Amethyst. Also, you're a mod now, so just keep an eye out for bots, and don't ban everyone. All right, so what the flip are we doing with this? Look how they advertise the best viewers. Yeah. I don't want the best viewers. I'd want the cheapest viewers, if anything. Lou the Coder. Okay, so may you kindly explain voxel painting, or what is it actually exactly trying to build? So, have you ever wanted to runtime paint a section of a mesh without it becoming like a huge pain in the ass? And so you could be like, okay, this part of the tree is on fire. And have like a material effect that, you know, that does a thing. Or this part of the wall is damaged, and be able to, like, you know, turn an effect from 0 to 100%. All the while not breaking mesh instancing, so that if you attack 100 different walls, and if you were to like vertex paint them or set a bunch of material parameters and, you know, turn them into non-instance thingos where you have to have unique materials for all of them, so that you don't rack your draw calls up by 200 just because you, like, shot a bunch of stuff. Well, this is the process for you. And the way it works is we have this thing. We have this stuff. Let me just turn the contrast down. It's kind of ugly. No contrast. We'll go like 1 contrast, maybe. So the way it works, we use custom data, which is either this. The only reason I do it like this is because you can't do a 3-vector custom data. It has to be a 4-vector custom data, which is dumb. Or you can use per instance custom data, if it's an instance. And then we assign coordinates, dimensions, min and max bounds. And it essentially maps stuff. If I just like... Oh, wait, that didn't... Oh, you know what, fuck the contrast. If I just, like, get this actor like this and just, like, yeet it 1,000,000 times. Alright, so now I've got a few more trees. and you'll be able to see... Okay, you can see like the first 3 lines, just randomizing, just choosing random values. Essentially what we've got here, this big like noise pattern, is a 3-dimensional render target. So it's 6 units deep, and I think it's 256 by 256, dimension, XY. So it's 256 by 256 by 6. And we use Niagara to just directly manipulate those values on the render target. So we don't have to do like any re-rendering. We don't have to do any like full texture passes and all that. We literally just go in here and we say update the atlas, and it will set render target value using index XYZ and the color that we want to put in there. And these have all been assigned their own unique coordinates, which gets tracked in the manager. So the manager just has a, register to the atlas. It has like a key mesh. It has the index of that mesh if it is like an instance mesh or a mesh with multiple components. Then we assign the custom data to it by just getting the primitive, assigning the thing. And then from that point on, it's just like good to go. It doesn't need any extra logic to like update it other than updating the 3D render target. And so that way we can have like, we can have sectional data without needing to have like a million different parameters in a material, because like you could do something like using local position, and then you could do a distance node. So like if you wanted to like make a mask for the head of a character, you could do like distance. You could get however far from the origin of the character model the head is. Maybe that's like, 200Z distance divided by whatever you wanted the radius of the mask to be. And then a hardness value or whatever. Multiply, clamp. Saturate, whatever. And so this is just to mask the head, and then like if you wanted to do the hands, and then you'd also need like a parameter for the head, head mask bloodiness, head mask dirtiness, head mask wetness, all that kind of stuff. Which would be using that. And then if you wanted each of the hands to have their own mask, you'd want to do like the same thing, and the same thing, the same thing. And then when it comes to doing a different character that has different proportions, all of this has to change. It has to be like, a completely different master material, essentially. So with this voxel paint method, you can pretty much have it set up with a few tweaks to the actual like mapping of it. You can change, or like you can kind of set up sections on a character. So like face, front, or head front, head back. Chest 1, 2, 3, legs front and back, the feet, the hands, and all of these things are just managed by a component which says, which index of the voxel grid, like locally, would be the hands. And so then you just map a name, left hand to an index, and you can just do it that way. And in the material, it's just this texture gets sampled using whatever method you want to get the coords, and then you can use that to drive effects like, wetness, bloodiness, dirtiness, damage, and whatever. And you can also have more than 4 channels, so it's not like vertex color where you've only got 4 channels. You can, like, get a second atlas and, you know, assign it to both, and, you know, now you've got 8 channels. So that's sort of the idea that kind of started it is a sort of like voxel-based fire propagation system where you'd have, like, you know, a tree, and then the tree would burn, you know, based on, you know, the trunk would be, like, it would burn for longer, but it would be less flammable, but then the leaves would be, like, really flammable, but burn really quickly, and so you might have, like, fire traveling from, like, this section all through it, and then, you know, onto another tree or whatever, and so if you wanted to access the material, so you wanted, like, the leaves to actually disappear or get all charred, and you wanted the tree, when it's on fire, to have, like, that embering, you know, like, emissive height lerp effect. You could even use, like, noise and just have, like, animated fire in the material, so you didn't have to do particles as much, so you could kind of just have the fire effect built in to this. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, and I can imagine with a game like mine, where it's, like, very simulation based, and, you know, you want, like, lots of little details, and you want everything to be super reactive, and you need to be able to visually tell the player, you know, this thing is damaged in this position, so that if you attack it here, it will, you know, give way and be destroyed. Or, like, you know, this part of the thing is on fire, but you can be over this side and not get, you know, burnt to a crisp. It'll be, yeah, super handy for me in the long term. Exmuno, how's it going? Got a question about the Sims you had in the other plugin, Grid 2D and Render Target. Does the Render Target only prints data around the camera area, meaning it will delete when off cam? Yes, but it's not necessarily the camera position. It's any given position that you want it to be. So, it can be a static position, and you can move the camera away, but it won't simulate anything, like, away from that position. If you need to how to do fake mesh lighting in Unreal, Henry Tunner, how to find examples in Unreal, this sort of thing. Interesting. Let me have a gaze. It might be a mesh decal. Someone said, I have bad news, you just reinvented deferred lighting. Someone else says, what's with the fake lights lately? Isn't everything in graphics programming fake and isn't light calculated in shaders anyway? It could be like a global... You know, like given a position, like a global position and radius kind of thing. But that can kind of get a bit out of hand, because then you have to have like a bunch of different slots for that to work. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it... Fake lighting using the depth pass. Done something similar before. Yeah, well, yeah. If it's fake lighting using the depth pass, then it's literally just like how lighting works in Unreal by default. Where you get the lights. Let me make this nice and bright. You get the light, you get the depth pass, show D for depth pass, visualize. Where's scene depth? Or is it buffers? Buffer visualization. God, they don't fucking make it easy. Why don't they just... Custom depth, what the fuck? Scene depth. So you get the you get the depth. The depth pass, so this is just saying how far from the screen. You know, complete black is 0, and then this is obviously divided by some debug number. But then using just this as well as the normals. You then, for each light, so for each light in the scene, just, you know, using just these final render passes. So you don't have to calculate it per shader like you would with forward lighting, where, like, in forward lighting, you'd have a light, and then any mesh in this influence radius would have the lighting... You know, it would add the lighting into the objects shader. So if this light had like 1 million different meshes inside its radius, then 1 million of those meshes would need to do extra lighting steps. Whereas using deferred lighting, you have 1 million different meshes all doing this, and they create this scene pass, which then only has to calculate this light once. So yeah, this light, you just say, given this position, you know, we have the position of all this stuff, we have the depth pass, we have the, you know, the normal maps and all that. We can do a dot product from this position, and, you know, that's how, like, normal map lighting is calculated. You just get, like, this position to the, I guess, pixel normals of the object and just do a dot product, and, you know, that's how you get, like, that kind of fall off, angle fall off and whatnot. But yeah, that's essentially what that seemed like it was doing, you know. The difference in that example, though, is that they had a fall-off pattern on the light, which you can kind of do with a light function. If you wanted to like have smooth lighting, but then like a kind of, you know, banded lighting fall off, as long as you know the attenuation radius and the, what's it called? Well, I guess the intensity and also like the fall off exponent. Then you could technically kind of undo this smooth gradient, and then, yeah. Yeah, that's deferred lighting. Silly example. Number 1. Terra function spotlight using lumen. There's headaches regarding that plus bloom on post process. If you're using lumen, then I would try and just stick with the Unreal Engine like stuff. Although, yeah, Lumen is very like rigid in how you can make it look good. And whatnot. Cheaper than basic light, sorry, was that okay? Not necessarily. It depends. Like, if you're using an engine like Unity or Unreal, the lighting is like... The lighting is set up in a very specific way so that if you use that lighting... Like the lighting has like an initial overhead, but scales really well. But if you start doing like, okay, I'm using like the Unreal lighting, but then I'm also doing this like global material function thing, and then also using like a post-process to do some more lighting stuff, you start to kind of, you know, you're like doing a bunch of different things in small amounts, where in rendering, you kind of want to be doing a big, like, on the GPU, you want to be doing a big number of the same thing or similar things over and over. Yeah. Do this with a decal, but I want taking the project just to have its charging effect on the ground before lightning strikes in that location. Gotcha. I'd honestly, for that kind of thing, you could just use a point light. That isn't casting shadows, and you know, it'd probably be fine. Or yeah, just an emissive decal would probably be the best way to go. The thing about doing it in like in a post-process or in a material function is that every single thing that needs that effect, like that ever needs that effect, is going to be running that effect under the hood the entire time, even if it's not visible. So if you have this like really complex lightning charge up and it's got like a, you know, like it like changes and you got all this like arbitrary math to make it look really nice, everything that needs that is going to be running that code for every pixel, regardless of whether there's, you know, even a lightning storm or whatever. And that's where decals are kind of super handy, because for something like that where you only really have one of it at a time, or like a few of them at a time, and they're super complex, then, you know, it's like it appears, it does its thing, and then it disappears and stops using up juice. Then you could print the strike position to a material parameter collection vector, maybe, and spawn something. So yeah, that would be the other option, but like I said, you'd have to be like that shader code for the lightning effect would have to be executing for every pixel that would possibly ever need that effect. Unless you wanted to do something like swapping out the material for like a version that has it, but it's like, I don't know. Sounds like a bit of a nightmare. Right, let's get back to what the frick was I doing? Right, we did this thing fine. That's index to voxel coords. Do I want... I don't think we'll ever need a check for index to voxel. For voxel to index, we need a suck. Because coords... Blah, 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 blah. The voxel dimensions... So if it's out of bounds... Well, no, voxel coords, voxel dimension... So voxel coordinate to index. But we'd need to do a bounds check. Oh, that's why... yeah, okay. I'm so dumb. Okay, so... Is it range? In range? In range integer. That's so gross. But I mean, it's like, it's cheap. I wish I could do like an integer vector in range, you know? Just all three at once. And be like, is this in the range of this? That would be so great. Alright, how can I like... It's so big. Oh my god, it's so damn big. Alright, in range, X, Y, Z. Min 0, because we never have negative coords, because it's always from the left, or top, up left, up top, blah blah blah. This is the dimensions, isn't it? Yeah, so dimensions X, dimensions inclusive, Y dimensions, max inclusive, Z dimension, max inclusive. Bam, bam, bam. This is an OR. Boolean. Well, no, it should be a not. Or what's a NOR? A NOR bool. Oh, it doesn't have the fucking plus sign. Yeah, never mind, never mind. That shit's stupid. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Wait, no, what does this mean? Hold on. If it's not... If this isn't in range, or that's not in range, or this is not in range, then... Not... Fuck my life. Not... This could definitely be simplified, couldn't it? Then not succeed. Means we're out of bounds. But this shouldn't really... You know what, let me chuck this voxel in bounds, question mark? Bam. Voxel in bounds. Schwam, schwam, 2 inputs. We've got the voxel coords. We've got the voxel dimensions. Dimensions? This is an int vec. And this one is also an int vec. Yeah, whatever. We just break them out. Break. Coords X, Y, Z. Dimensions. Max X, max Y, max Z. Not. Return. Boolean. This is called is in bounds. And then you are a pure function. Little bit of pure function in it. So then in here we go voxel in bounds. The fuck do we need a world context for? Ah, because it's a that can just be left blank, right? Is it the fucking library function? Can you do local functions? Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. I forgot this was a function library. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. Listen, for me with work, how to be able to drop by later. Is there one sentence explanation for your new PrismatiVoxelPaint? Yeah. I did an explanation like about 5 minutes ago. Maybe 10 minutes ago. So if you like rewind the stream, you'll get a very comprehensive like 10-minute or 5-minute explanation. What the fuck is this for? This is how I get voxel coords from local position. This is the voxel dimensions. Why the fuck is that going into the voxel coords? Oh, is it because we never wanted that to succeed? Yeah. That just shouldn't have any output. This is clamp if out of bounds. What am I even... Who am I? Yeah, fuck you. This is voxel. Voxel dimensions. Bam. Right, voxel coords is here. So we make this... if it's clamped... Ugh. We have to do this shit. No breaking traditions, random question. Physical material mask, have you used it? Seems broken on all 5.26, 5.3, 5.4. It's been broken since literally ever. It's just shit. However, I have a solution, which isn't in this project session, but my solution is... so you might be familiar with how I like to do material masking using UV channels. This is if something has, you know, if you've got like a combined material. So like you've got a material that has multiple kind of materials in it, and you're using some kind of switch to blend between them. Essentially what I do in like a secondary UV channel is I like split it into columns. And if I've got like a big castle mesh, for example, I'll have like the wood bits all in here, and the stone bricks all in here, and the ruined stone in here, and metal bits in here, and whatever. Then I can separate them in the material, either using a switch or like a texture 2D array or something. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Usually I go to 16, but, you know, this is just easier to draw. And so what I do, yeah, you trace complex. However, what I do is you can make a child class of physical material. So you've got like the physical material that, you know, the physics engine uses and stuff. But you can make a child class of it, which I call like PrismatiVoxelPaint. And then I have an entry, like an extra, I mean, I've got a bunch of extra variables in mine, but I have an extra variable called submaterial array, which is just an array of these. And so whenever I get the physical material from something, you can write functions in here and be like, is this one's physical material array empty, or does it have entries in it? So I might make like a castle physical material thinger, which like kind of defines like, you know, the stuff that the physics engine is going to use. But then I can be like, you know, if the PrismatiVoxelPaint material has entries, then do a trace against complex. And like kind of just retrace that position to get the UV hit. What have you made around physical materials? Seen it, I forget what it's called. Unreal Engine physical material mask. Here we go. Physical material mask with one material slot, UE5 tutorial. This one here. I think this explains it all. But yeah, I only do a complex trace if the physical material that I hit with a simple trace is what's it called? Has like submaterials. And so then like the submaterials might just be, you know, like stone, you know, PrisfPhys stone, PrisfPhys wood, PrisfPhys metal. And then the other thing about having like a child class of the physical materials is you can put in like, you know, an array or like a variable for what particles do I want to spawn when I hit this thing, and what sounds do I want to play when I hit this thing, and does this produce sparks when it gets hit with something else that produces sparks? And so instead of needing to have like a, I don't know, like a global array of like fuckery where it's like you have to like put in a bunch of data and shit, you can just keep it in the physical material itself. So that when you do a line trace, you hit a thing, you get the physical material from it, and then you can just get the particles and stuff straight from there. So yeah, that's like giga handy. Yeah, so 2 traces, but only if it needs it. Only if it has submaterials. Oh good, oh good. Happy to help. Voxel code is it in bounds? Blah, blah, blah. This is clamp if out of bounds. Floor. If I do want to clamp if out of bounds, then do this. But should I just check if it's out of bounds first? Right? Or should I just clamp it anyway? When the fuck would we need... Well, no, we do want to know if it is out of bounds. So we should be doing inbounds first. Let's just get you, you, and you. We're going to do a branch here. So we're going to check if it is inbounds. Is it in bounds? True. If it is in bounds, we just return it. Bam. And we say that it suck. We can actually just do that, so we don't have to do this twice. So if it's in bounds, blah, 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 success. If it isn't in bounds, do we want to clamp it if it's out of bounds? If true, then we do this big clamperino, which has a bunch of fucking instructions and shit. I might even, just so this doesn't have to run over and over, we can do a local variable, which is going to be this. Local variable, this is called found coords. Set found coords. Bam, bam. Then we're going to use found coords as this. And then we're also going to use the found coords to do, fuck you, the clamp. Break that. Yeah. Cool. You know when they plan to fix PPM 5.6? Honestly, it's a shit system anyway because it uses textures. At least, like, when I looked into it, it uses a texture to do... Why the fuck does it need a texture? I mean, I guess if you wanted, like, sub-vertex physical material mask, but, like, who the fuck has, like... I don't know. It's dumb as hell. Just make a texture with stripes split. Yeah, but then you've got to sample... Then it's like sampling a texture and doing a texture lookup on the CPU. Because, like, it's a CPU system. So that means you've got to look up this texture on the CPU, and it's... I don't know. It's just dumb. Plus, then you've got to, like, generate these textures somehow. Why not just, like, use the material masking that you're already doing? Unless you were doing your shader material masking using textures instead of something like vertex color, which is free and easy to look up, or, you know, UV data, which is free and easy to look up. And easy to work with, you know, in your thing. And it also, like, with a physical material mask, you have to, have a texture for every single asset. You know, unless you are just doing, like, unless you're just doing stripes, in which case you're using a secondary UV channel to assign it to these stripes. So why not just use the UVs and just, like, fucking not have to look up the texture? Like, it's just not very thought out. It's just, yeah, it's just... I'm getting mad. I need to relax. Let's stop talking about the stupid physical material mask implementation, because I was just... Like, I feel like... someone as, like, inexperienced, like, relatively inexperienced as me can come up with, like, a way more robust and modular and performant solution that's, like, easier to work with, you know, in your 3D program. Like, why is everything have to be so over-engineered and require so much, like, input with all the stuff that the, you know, the Unreal native things do? You know? Do they need it in UEFN? I don't know. Probably not. They could probably just do it the other way. Is it going to have the really be just be pushing stuff? There's a ton of things that are in Unreal that don't even work anymore. Have mistakes in them. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, like, none of this stuff, like, affects me. Like, you know, I make all my stuff from scratch for that reason. Also just, you know, to learn how to do things. Like, I don't want to learn how to use gameplay ability system. I want to learn how to make an ability system for a game. So that, you know, if one day I'm working in a different engine, I can just, you know, I know, like, okay, well, we need, like, an object for each, blah, blah, blah. Only one by per vertex index, material array, vertex array, mangling can be experienced, though, too, if it's too high poly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could put extra data, but yeah, you've still then got to look it up. Like, you've got to look up the hit position. So, you know, doing like a convert the world space position to... I don't know how it does it. Does it get the nearest verts using, you know, iterate through all of the verts and get, you know, the 3-point or the triangle in the nearest position or something? I don't know how it works internally to do complex traces, but like, the Unreal Engine physical material mask feature has to do that, and then a texture lookup in the CPU. Because it has to know where the UVs to the material are. So, Svitch, I was about to say, you can actually do material per body. Material per collision body. It is in... You can do it for characters. With the character physical material. Example character, physics asset. Does this have... Okay, it does have bodies. So I can go to this thigh and go simple collision physical material. And do, you know, physmat vehicle, blah, 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 blah. And also set the physics type, and also, like, collision enabled or disabled, and the mass and all that kind of shit. And also the physical material override. I think this is the one for the friction and whatnot. Simple collision physical material. Is that maybe for the overall thing? And this is the per body stuff? I don't know. So yeah, you can do that for them. And then I'm pretty sure on static meshes, you can do... show simple collision. So I've got a tree, and then I can add another. Fuck, where is it? Collision. Collision primitives. Here we go. Here we go. Capsules. Oh, we could do like a bot. How do you add a new one? Fuck it, I'll just copy paste this. So now we've got 2 cylinders in a static mesh collision. If you go to the collision primitives capsules, we've got index 0. Oh wait, no, can you not? Maybe I'm tripping balls. Can you not fucking do... Ah, no, you can set different... You can set different collision types enabled, whether they're overlap or query or probe. Why can it not do different... Advanced, walk slope, override, complex collision, miscellaneous. I could have fucking sworn that you could do per body physical materials. That's so cringe. Why the fuck not? Don't you have a door with unique texture? The handle is part of the same material. Currently, no way to make the metal be metal. Yeah, that's what my method does. Where it's like, okay, we have the door physical material. The door physical material has an array of sub-physical materials, that being wood in index 0 and metal, door handle in number 2. Which, in the second UV channel, all of the wood parts of the mesh go in this column, and all of the metal parts go in this column, and then you can just do a UV lookup on the hit section, and be like, oh yep, spit this one out, and then use the, the sparks and the particles and the sound from the door handle material. And you don't have to, like, have a texture baked out for that kind of shit. It's literally just like... You just go to the UV editor, you select the wood, and you put it in this column, you select the metal, and you put it in that column, and it's like, it's just donezo. It also means you don't have to, like, it means it's baked into that asset. It's not like a separate texture asset that needs to be managed and stuff. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm turning into such a fucking Unreal Engine doomer. Like, oh, the engine's just, like, going to shit, and I mean, like, the engine's great. I feel very entitled to, like, criticize the engine and the direction of the engine. Because it's like, I'm using it for free. I literally, like, make a living off using the engine and teaching people about the engine. I guess you could say that I'm, like, invested in the engine. That's why I care about it so much. But, I don't know. Gotta go and cry. Thanks for all the info. All good, all good. I hope that you can figure it out. Unreal Guru? Yikers. Clamp if out of bounds, da-da-da. If this was out of bounds, and we don't want to clamp if out of bounds, then this should just fail. And we just say, I don't know, fucking negatives. And then... actually, you know what? I'll just say 0, because if we're trying to look that up in an array, it'll probably fuck us, but yeah, we can just say. Cool. Okay, so that's that. Calculate ideal dimensions. This is just getting the bounds min, bounds max, and our ideal dimensions. Voxel coords from local location. Do they just have transform, like, vector? Or relative location? Fine. Oh no, that's look at rotation. What's the, local location. Yeah, so that would do the conversions and give us the shit. And then coords to index. Coords to index. Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? So we're literally getting the coords from here, and you know, if this doesn't succeed, so like, do we even really need this check here, the inbounds check, because it is kind of a juicer. I feel like it's going to get used a lot. Maybe I'll do voxel coords to index safe. No, because... fuck that. I don't know. Because when are we ever just going to be getting the voxel coords? And... I guess we could do voxel coords up, down, left, right. To do, like, spreading and stuff. In which case we would want to do this, but then... whatever. Voxel inbounds. Cool. All right, are there any people with brains in the chat? Because I'm thinking, never mind, I've made my decision. We're gonna use arrays. No, but I'm a cheap viewer. No, you're the best viewer. Right, yeah, I'm just gonna use an array. I am the best viewer. True, true, true. So, Lox, I have a question. How do you have the motivation to work in your project almost every day? Now, that's a great question. I'll start by saying that for the past, like, year, I haven't worked on stuff every day. I've been super slack, super lazy, aka burnt out and busy and whatnot. But when I am in a good headspace, I find that I I don't really need motivation. I'm just doing... I just do whatever I want to do on any given day. And most of the time, that just happens to be dick around in Unreal Engine. So there isn't like a, you know, an alpha male life hack, Sigma grind set advice I can give. Other than truly want to do what you're doing. And I think that, like, usually if you want to be doing something, then you'll do it. And if you don't want to be doing something, then you won't do it. And that's okay, you know? Sometimes you just don't want to do something, sometimes you do. But I just happen to want to do it a lot, you know? Gotta have fun, that's the motivation. Yeah, gotta have fun and gotta want to learn. I guess the fun in it is learning and, like, exercising my brain. And just coming up with, like, stupid ideas, like, you know, oh, what if we could have, like, an entire forest, but have each section of the tree have, like, unique data, you know? Wouldn't that be funny? Create voxel array. Do I want to do scalar? Yeah. Array. There should be an array of floats. Well, no, then I've got to make... No, not make. How the fuck am I... Oh, I guess that needs to be a local variable. New array. Now, this is you're going to get set length. Set... length. How the fuck do I just set array element? Or is it like a num? Fuck it, set array elements, whatever. Index is, so if 1 times 1 times 1 equals this, so set array element index should be this minus 1. Because if it's a 1 by 1 by 1, then we set 1 at index 0, and then bam, size to fit. Assigns the item to that array element. Does, what happens to... Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. If they wanted a default value that wasn't 0, then, like... Does anyone... Actually, no, I can just test this out. I can just test this out. No more printing of the stringings. Let's just see if I made something. Cool. If I said an array of floats, bam, get array, on begin play, set array element, index number 10, item 1, size to fit. Does that set all of them? All of the ones? You know what I'm saying? And then just print. Well, no, we'd need to do a for each loop of this array. Loop, print, array element in there. So is only the last one going to be 1? Or the first one? Okay, so it is only that one. So how would I set... Oh, fuck. I don't want to have to do a loop in Blueprint because that's like so fucking dumb. Can I not just like set every entry? You know what I mean? No, not set. Can we do add? No, because then I've got to do that. So gross. I guess once I put in C++, then it's fine. But I feel like for like most... You know what? 0's fine. Fuck it. 0's good. I feel like for most things... Like, let's say you were doing like a tree. And you wanted the tree flammability values. You'd have like a pre-baked like array of those values. Like voxel values. Where you'd have like an editor function that would, for each voxel space, do like heaps of line traces, get the physical material that it hit, or you could like manually assign it using, I don't know, a fucking debug tool or some shit. Then you would just have an array of, you know, like in our little example doodad. Oh, hello, mate. You could... You know, have like this part is like, oh yeah, this is like super flammable but low HP, and this is like high HP and low flammability and blah 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 blah. And then apply that when it catches on fire. You could then create the array and set the defaults for that. Whatever component you were using, like the flammability component or some shit. The other thing is... fuck. When you're dealing with stuff like instances, instances can't have components. Because an instance is a component. So you would have to... But then, like, if it's the foliage actor, then, like, what the fuck's the go with that? What's the go with the foliage actor? You could spawn a component on the foliage actor, and that can manage a list of lists of lists, or an array of arrays. So an array of... Well, no, sorry, the foliage actor... We're going back into paint zone. So we would have a foliage actor, like the global foliage actor, or the whatever the fuck it is. That then has the individual instance meshes components, which are components. So this is instance, instance, instance. We could then have the, I don't know, the flammability component added to it, and it when we send out the you know, the fire propagation interface or whatever, it would then get a reference to its owner's mesh or whatever. So we would check if the owner of the hit component has some kind of fire component thing. And then if it does have one, then we get it and check if the thing has already been added to it. So it would have an array of the instances that are like already. So bam, and this one, and this one. That would be in here. Then we would need like a struct, which would have an index number for, you know, this one has a tree that's on fire, blah, blah, and then each, so yeah, it would be a struct of index number and then an array of the voxel values. For that particular thing. So this would be called like flammability. I know, but then if there's like multiple values and shit, so I guess they'd have to have their own structs. How the fuck does this get pluginified? Boy, what kind of music do we listen to? This is the old school RuneScape soundtrack that we are listening to currently. Yo, Sandbox, how's it going? Is it just a transform to do the geometry? Yeah, basically. But with this method, with this voxel paint idea, each of them can have a completely different mask. Kind of like vertex paint, but they're voxels. And it doesn't break instancing. So these are all still instances. They're just using per instance custom data to assign themselves to a volumetric render target to look up in their material what the value, you know, should be. Okay, so smooth skinny, yeah, absolutely. What's the prob? Cobalt stuff. But that has to like go from. Should I maybe just do that as vectors instead of integers? You know, 3 objects. The tree says the link between the tree. Oh, you mean the leaves? Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you did a 3x3 top down, and then, I mean, that's kind of, yeah, where this ends up being. So yeah, you could have these tree instances, you know, have different flammability. So like the middle would be really high, high hit points, but low like flammability, or like flame resistance, or sorry, high flame resistance. But then the leaves burn super quickly, but catch on fire really easily. And that would all be represented by this, like, array of arrays and whatnot. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do it. I guess it would just be a... Because you can't have wildcard structs, can you? Well, at least not in Blueprint. But would we even need to? It definitely needs this. A landscape layer that isn't inside the blend layer node. Use RVT panner for puddles overwritten over RVT with this brush. My brush mask is blurry and straighten it away. Come to a edge mask, add some noise for blending. Isn't inside the blend layer node. Use RVT and panner puddles. That's overwritten over the RVT. Okay, so you've got like... You've got some, like, puddles, effects, and stuff. But because you're using an RVT, the animated stuff doesn't work. Or it, like, kind of updates every now and then, but it looks like trash. The best way to do it that I've found is to... A really good node to know about is the runtime virtual texture replace node. It should be called runtime virtual texture switch node, but you can do what gets shown and what gets output to the virtual texture. So you could say, like, this is just the default stuff without the panning. That would save a bit of stuff, but that might not even... that's just something good to know about. Because in my case, my landscape doesn't read back from the RVT, but a lot of props do. And so I want the things that go to the props to not have the panning and the runtime effects, but I want the regular rendering pass to have the, you know, the effects and stuff. The other thing to do would be, like, your... whatever, like, your puddles... puddle mask. Can't use height blend between, like... Yeah! Can't use height blend. It's true. As in, like, the layer blend. You can't use the height. Oh, is that the one? Yeah, the height blend in here. You could do the, like, landscape layer sample. It depends how you're doing the puddles and whatnot, but you might just have to do, like, a height lerp manually. Using the thing as the transition phase. The height texture would be... Yeah. I ran into this a lot and just decided to just do no RVT for, like, most of the landscape. Just because I'm, like, doing all of the, like, the sand footprints and all the puddles, like the runtime puddles and the water effects and the, you know, the grass changing color and whatnot. But obviously then it is more expensive. But then it sort of gets to a point where you're doing all this extra work to, you know, to create these masks to then do the effects. So, like, you could say sample sand and sample, you know, mud and sample dirt and put that into, you know, the you know, Prismaticate sample surface or whatever, and like do the normal maps and blend it only in these sample positions. But then, like you said, if you've got the noisy edges, you'd want them to be the same as the one that's going into the height thing here. So then you'd end up sampling the texture, like your dirt texture, whatever it is, getting the height map, doing a height lerp, and at that point, you're then sampling all of the textures, you know, for all your landscape textures, for the height maps, or the height textures, bump textures. Then you're sampling this for the RVT, but then also for the regular rendering pass, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the RVT. So, yeah. A little bit of noise on edges. If you just need, like, some noise, then, yeah, you could just do this, a height lerp, using this as the transition phase. Contrast, whatever you want that to be, and then just have one noise texture. You know, noise, green channel, that's the height texture. And then you get the alpha here. And that would be... Well, actually, you'd add all these together. That would be fine if you added them. Oops. That saves a bit of double processing. Yeah, and so this would only affect like the outside edges, kind of. But if you fully painted it white, then it would be fully white. So yeah, height lerp. And a height lerp is just the texture subtract 1, the transition phase multiplied by 2, add them together, and then contrast. Oh. Contrast, cheap contrast, whatever contrast value. So yeah, this is like the function. Yeah, for sure. It's like it's the same thing that you do with like vertex color blending. This is like the same effect, except you'd be using the landscape layer sample, and then this would be your mask where you'd have, like, you know, your footprint effects and stuff. Oh, pardon me. There we go. All good, all good. Yeah, it can get very weird with RVTs, because, like, when you're, like, creating really complex landscape textures and stuff, and then you're adding runtime effects to it, like, you know, changing colors, you know, animated textures and that kind of stuff. You have to, like, do it, you know, like, when you've got 16 layers all in the one chunk, it can get a bit nightmarish. Yeah, Leo. Long time indeed. It's doing pretty good. I'm just currently doing a little side project idea to do with, I call it voxel paint. It's kind of like vertex paint, but it works with instances and characters at runtime, and it's very, like, performant runtime-wise. And I'm planning on using it. I was originally planning on using it for just a fire propagation system. But I think I honestly might use it for, like, a lot of stuff to do with, like, materials, like damage and whatnot. Damage and other material effects. Is it dynamic vertex paint? Yeah, pretty much. And it works with instances. So these are all different instances, just randomizing their colors per, you know, section. But they're all still instanced. It's just one instance thinger. But with nanite, it will work with nanite. Actually, that's another thing. Actually, I haven't tested it, but it should work with nanite as long as nanite can do custom data. Which, let me look that up, actually. UE5 custom data with nanite, question mark? Do you not get primitive data? Maybe you don't. Custom. I guess because, yeah, maybe it doesn't fucking work. User materials have been nanite enabled project definitely can. Okay, nice. Well then, yeah, it should work. Maybe it wouldn't work with per instance custom. No, why wouldn't it though? I guess I have to do testing. But yeah, if per instance and regular custom data work with nanite, then this will work with nanite. Which is cool. Running on Dynamic Vertex Paint 6 5.0 EA, yeah. There's a plugin that does it. The runtime Vertex Paint and detection plugin. Which is really cool, but yeah. Custom data still exists on things like foliage, is hell a lot harder to access. Yeah, I think for like if you're doing like what's it called? If you're using the foliage painter, you can make a foliage instance static mesh component child class. Bam. And then this can have custom data, number of custom data floats per instance. So for my plugin, you'd have to set that to 6. And then all your foliage would have to derive from this. Which is easy to reparent it, because, yeah. And that's literally all you'd need to do, is just set that to 6 for default. Unless you can just set... set num custom data floats. Does that just work at... I don't know where custom data entries per instance applies to all instances will reallocate will custom data buffer and reset all values to 0. Okay, so you could do this without having a custom thinger. I mean, you'd want a custom thinger anyway, probably, maybe. Or lerping to the wiggle thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice little nice system. Very cool system. Very simple. Simples, pimples. Yeah, so I'm trying to decide whether I want this, like, burnable, you know, burnable blah, 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 to be, like, a custom foliage thing, or do I just want a component on the foliage actor that that handles it? Because then because it was just a component and the component tracked all of the stuff, then the logic would be the same. Or would I just want a frickin' global manager? Like a global fire propagation manager. Because the only thing that this voxel paint system has to do is just assign things to the atlas and then unregister them from the atlas. And they get registered using a key mesh, a key index, and the dimensions and all that kind of shit. This voxel dimension should probably be an int vector. Based. Shouldn't that be... It is an int vector. And then here, voxel dimensions should be a int vector. And then that's going to get angry because that can't do thingos. So can this just go to vector? To vector. Ah, I can. Hooray. Native conversion functions. Woohoo. And then you just need to be that. You fuck off. You go there. Everything's happy. So we got object data coords this frame, values this frame. I also want a dirtied Or just call or unregistered slots. And this is going to be an array of integers. So that whenever we unregister from Atlas, we unregister from Atlas, we want to find, we don't need you. No, we do need you. If it is an well, no, okay, first off, we check, are you even on the frickin' in the map? You know? Are you even doing the thing with the stuff? And then, if we do find, we continue. If we don't find, then we fuck off. Is it a static mesh component? Instant static mesh component? If it is, do we want to remove the entire instance? If so, remove the whole fucking thing from here. But then, do we want to? No, because we can't. How the fuck does this work again? So I was being lazy and just doing 4x4 cells rather than actually packing them into the Atlas. Which means that we literally just have the number of slots assigned. That goes through all of them, gets all the stuff. Yeah. I just can't be bothered doing this part. This part's just so boring. My heater's not even on. Because, yeah, the object key data goes from object to then instances of that object, and then its data. If we wanted to remove one of them from here, then that would... Oh, wait, no, that doesn't fuck with anything because... Well, no, it doesn't fuck with anything here, but... when we yeet something... We can probably, when we find space, find. Search Atlas for free space. So this is just doing it super lazy. Just XY. We could literally just do... Because, like, from here... Find... We then have this struct, which is an array of... just forget. It's an array of structs, which have the index, the min coords, max coords of the Atlas, like on the Atlas. So just their positional data. We could just say... we could just have an array of coords available. And then... when we search Atlas for free space, we go through our list of these. Yeah. Yep. We'd want to probably do this just from end, so we don't have to resize it well, it would resize it, but it wouldn't shift it. So if we just got last index, well, last, if the last index is greater than or equal to 0, because that would return... Does an array with every entry removed return -1 as the last index? Or should I just do like is valid, like valid index? Is 0 valid index? Fuck it, we'll just do it dirty. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, why has that got 2? What the fuck is that? Why do you have... Huh? Just return. There we go. Jesus Christ. Well, that can just be... Right, so if this is a thing, then get last index, get a fucking, just get a copy, I don't care. Last index, bam. Let's local variable that. This is coords to assign to. You get schmackoed right there. Then we remove index, last index, from the actual array. And then we give coords to assign to here. So basically just gotten that and lopped it off the end. And we want that if this is true. Wow, this is like disgusting. Like actually gross. I could just do last index. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do is valid. All right, let me just tidy this up. Is not empty. Is valid index is not empty. Let me just do a not bool on that. So these can go like this. You can go down there. This getter. Gonna chill here. You are going to remove this. You're gonna chill here. And we're just going to get unregistered coords again and remove that. You go over here. You can live there. You can stackaroni. Cool. It's beautiful. Cool. Dimensions don't even fucking care, whatever. So then when we unregister something, unregister from Atlas, As long as we found the thing, blah, blah, blah. If it is a static mesh component and we want to remove the entire thing, we first need to go through this. We need to break to get the atlas, not the atlas, the array within the doodad. We need to do 4 each of these. So this is if we want to remove all of them, 4 each. Get the min coords and add them to the unregistered coords list. It should be called deregistered. Fuck it. Unregistered coords. Whatever. That's min coords, add them to there. And then and then after that, remove all of them. Or just remove that entire fucking entry from the thing. Let's go mesh. Mesh. Cool. Right, if we only wanted to remove one instance from the thing, which I don't think is very likely, but it's still... I guess if you destroyed one of the instances that... Oh, wait, fuck, does that... If you have a bunch of mesh instances, instant static mesh, and you delete one of them from in the middle, does it reorder that whole thing? Do they all get assigned a different index? That could be problematic. Shit. You could just do like... So it's better to not ever delete the deceased bullet. Yeah, exactly. I guess at that point it's kind of user error. Well, okay, no, like, I guess, like, let's say you've got, like, a bunch of trees. Like, you've got a forest. And you cut one of them down. So you just want to, like, delete that instance and replace it with, like, a physical tree that falls down and, you know, becomes a blueprint or whatever. I guess you could just hide it and turn its collision off, obviously. But if you wanted to delete it, as long as you tracked which ones had been removed, then you could, in here, be like, okay, this is index number 158. Number 48 has been deleted, therefore, if I... So you'd have, like, an array of... You'd have an array of integers that have been deleted. You would then check for each of them is how many of these numbers is this index greater than, and then deduct that number of deleted entries from this one. And that would give you its new, like, reshuffled index. So I guess that's something that could technically be worked around if you really needed to delete instances, but then in here you've already got this, like, map thingo. That's the hard thing about doing this system, is that it has to work with regular static meshes, instant static meshes, and scaly meshes. But the thing about instant static meshes is that they all have the one mesh reference, but then a different index. Like, all these trees are the one mesh, but they just have a different index. Therefore, they don't each have a unique object reference the way that, like, multiple static meshes in an actor would have. It's the one scene component, and then with indexes. What's the point of this? Could be reordering, just put next element after the deleter that would fragment mirror. Yeah, well, that's the issue, is that they're not actually pointers. It's the whole instant static mesh is a pointer to this component, but each individual tree is just an index, like a separate instance, or not a separate, like, you know. And because with this system, you can add just like one tree without adding all 1,000 of the trees to the atlas, then it's like kind of important. Because like these, like let's say we start a fire. I don't know, like all I talk about is fire. But if we started a fire and we had 100,000 trees, like 100,000 instances of this tree, we wouldn't want to have all of the, you know, the fire data for all 100,000 trees if only one of them's on fire right now. And we wouldn't want to add all 100,000 of them to the atlas and track all of them. It's only when they need to be added that they get added, which is why this array here has an index. So entry 0 or entry 1 can be index 1510, and entry 2 can be number 58, and entry 3 can be, you know, the last one, 100,000 or whatever. And we don't have to have all the in-between ones that aren't relevant. That's why if you deleted one of them, it would kind of get a bit scary. Because it's like a sparse collection of the instance indexes. I could actually in here, in this struct, so when we go mesh and then this one, this could have an array of deleted or like dirtied deleted indexes, and that could then do the transform if needed. It would just mean that you'd have to remember when this, you know, when we delete an instance, you know, add it, whatever number it was, to this thing here. Oh, fuck, that would have to be... We'd have to do them in order so that if we deleted number 10, and then we deleted number 12, it would need to know that number 12 was actually 13 before 10 got deleted. So you'd have to go... You'd have to operate on... Yeah, you just have to loop through them. That's a... fuck my ass. That's there. That's funny. That is funny. Anyway, if this isn't an instance static mesh component, then all we need to do is get index 0. And just get this and do that. We're just going to get you, break you out. Min coords get added. So that's our dirtied coord stuff. Bam, bam. And then we'd have to remove from here. Yeah, and so if we wanted to remove... Well, this isn't actually removing the index. This is just if we want to remove... fuck off. We want to remove it from the atlas and leave that space available for something else to take up. So... if we did only want to remove one of them, we would get the mesh index and get from here. Get a ref, probably. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter because we'd break that. We would min coords to this. Could keep an array of deletions so you can reinsert at the free spaces. That way you recycle the transform array. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing here with the coordinates of this volumetric atlas or volumetric render target. But yeah, you could definitely do that with the instances themselves if you needed to delete the actual instances. So yeah, like if you were cutting down a tree instance. What's the thing I have to do here? I would need to remove... But is that a... Is this getting it by ref? No, it isn't. But then how do I... What was the method before to do this shit? It was like... Save this as a local. Temp array. Just do that. Get from the temp array. Well, no, we can still get from this one. Then set a temp array. After the fact. Then remove the index. From the temp array. And then set the temp array as the... Fuck. I guess, set... hold on. Remove index. So this is now just an array. This is this array without a thing. And then we... Oh, this is gross. Then we add for this mesh the new array here, make. So roundabout, but yeah, the way that fucking nested maps work is a nightmare. But it kind of needs to be a map because fuck iterating over potentially like 100,000 entries. Plus this doesn't have to replicate. It would be the components that are using this that would replicate data across clients and shit. And then each person's or each client's individual manager would be managing all the stuff. Because they'd... If we were doing a like... you know, a visibility check or something, or a relevancy check, that would be different between clients anyway. So there's no point replicating the actual map of, like, tracked instances and shit. Yeah. This also doesn't actually need to return, but we'll just fucking do it anyway. Looks very interesting using Vertex Paint on UE4. I mean, Vertex Paint is still very relevant. It's very annoying that it doesn't work with Nanite. But then again, like, what does work with Nanite? Am I right, fellas? What did I change this material to? What's that? Cube Testo Balls. Testo Balls. This is volume RT. What have I done wrong here? Have I... Why is that not getting its bounds? Test boy... Oh, because I didn't... I deleted something, didn't I? Aha! Voxel dimensions. There you go. 3 by 3 by 3. Yeah, and that does clamp if it needs to. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, there it is up in the corner. In all its little slices. Very cool. Where's the manager? I should do... In the Niagara system, when I do this and that does set the size. So I set you 64, 64. See, I wish this could be... Actually, no, can I... set, render... I can set 3D grid, initialize... Dimensions? Oh, dimensions? Dimension... Set... I'm going to grid 3D set resolution, but that's not what I want to do. Because that isn't going to set this, right? That's just going to set the 3D grids resolution. Can I set... So that's setting that as this. Can I then set in here... set this... No, see, that's not a exposed variable. Why is this? You're stupid. You're stupid and dumb. Can I set... No, that's just a... Yeah, fuck it. Because, yeah, if I wanted to be like, oh, yeah, set 64 by 64 by 6 as its dimensions, we'd also need to, like... I don't know if I really want to do it as a thingo. Voxel Atlas dimensions. Like, I feel like doing this as a hard-coded variable is like way more performant than having a material parameter collection. Or what is it? Param collection. Collection parameter. Because you can only reference 2 of these in a material, and I feel like most people are like, you know, using like one of them for their weather and global effects, and another potentially for the Prismatiscape stuff, if they're using that. So literally just having one so that you don't have to enter this value if you wanted to use a bigger atlas or not, it just kind of seems dumb as fuck. So I think I'll leave it as a hard-coded value. Yeah. Yeah. In here, when we register to Atlas, so we've got all this stuff. This should have a voxel Atlas dimensions. Cool. This references these in there, but I might also set them on begin play or not. Because the other thing is, right, you can have multiple of these managers if you have multiple different atli. So you could have one for your, you know, burning effects and shit, and another one for just other things. Essentially, like, you've got 2 sets of RGBA channels, and you'd say, okay, this is the Bernie atlas, and the other one is the other atlas, and you could assign things to either of them. And they might have different dimensions, but I don't fucking know. Let's just say that you are 64 by 64 by 6 for now. So then when we go to find, register, no, search atlas for free space. Then here we get split. Presuming that it is square and we're not doing vertical packing, then that's fine. How many voxel atlas cell or XY cell size? Which is going to be a regular integer. Is going to be 4 by default. I don't think things would need to be bigger than 4 XY. At least until I start doing like proper, you know, atlas packing. So that they're not just in like cells. Number of slots assigned mod by this. Oh yeah. Divided by blah 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 blah. Floor that, do the thing. Those are the coords. And that's all good. So I'm pretty sure everything should be set to... No, I fucked something up. Where would I be using a hard-coded thingo from? Oops. Ah, might actually just be in the test material. Atlas dimensions, yeah, so that can just be in the material function itself. Right, they're still angry. This one's fine, though. It is getting a bit angry, but that's fine. That's just from updating it too often, yeah. Oh, because they're Yeah, no, that's fine. So... Why are these not all getting fuckized? Yep. Well, what's the difference between Cube and these guys? It's literally just... Register to Atlas. When we do this, we have the voxel dimensions that's of the thing. Mesh custom data. Dimensions, index. Yeah. So that's all the same. Oh, you know what it might be? It would probably be this. The component here. Which is... Random color. Event graph 3x3x4. There it is. Voxel dimensions. Oops, fuck off. Voxel dimensions 3x3x4. That's why they were all getting assigned just a 0 dimension thing. So yeah, now they should all get their own colors. Yep, easy peasy. They all get randomized. Cool. We can see them all getting updated on the Atlas up the top. Very good. And in here, we have this. What should the default color be? Wait, no, that is... Eh? Is that not getting... Simulation reset? Why is that all colourful? Bruh. Eh? Eh? Oh, because I'm not setting the cache version. Ha ha ha. Render target volume. Set. No, just give me this shit. And then set these. Whatever this is. And the render target is this render target, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, that's doing random float, so yeah. Well, actually, am I just dumb? Am I just stupid? Do I even need to do that? Because that should then write to the cached version before that happens. So yeah, this just goes there. 0, 0, 0, 0, whatever the fucking default value is supposed to be. And then we good. You don't need to exist, potentially. Yeah, there you get assigned. Why that gets set back to... Right, because yeah, okay, this is correct, yeah. Then we get our little testy boy. Yeah, we are drawing. Let's go up to the top layer. We're going up through. Go across. Go down and then across. Yeah. Cool, cool. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. Easy. Why are we getting this, like, kind of jumping here? Never stream? Stream these nuts? Oh, why is that drawing out of bounds? And why? Yeah, see, that shouldn't happen. No maps. Blah, blah, blah. I feel like that didn't happen with a bigger atlas. Yeah, it's only happening when those values get set, right? Yeah, it's only happening here. This would be redrawing that every frame as well, so it's a bit sus. Which it shouldn't be doing, but yeah. I also want to figure out why is it drawing out of bounds, because that should be just a 3x3x3. So we then go this way, and then that way more. Yeah, but we go this way. Cool. We go up there. That's fine. So how did I get it drawing? Oh, there was a thing. What the fuck? How are you out of bounds? Like, why are you allowed to go one further? Let's just, you know what, let's just check. If we were going to our test actor, and on tick, you were just getting your get voxel coords from local location. If we didn't suck, if no suck, don't even do the thing. Oh, clamp if out of bounds. Wait, so then clamp if out of bounds. Clamp if out of bounds, yes. So is voxel in bounds? Yes. Voxel in bounds. Exclusive max, right? Because the dimensions, if it's 1 by 1 by 1, then it should be at index 0. So yeah, no, that would be it. So I don't even have to do this, because they're getting clamped if out of bounds. So we go to our test again. Okay, yeah, now we don't get any out of bounds action. It just won't even draw if it's out of bounds. Or it clamps. Yeah. If I didn't clamp if out of bounds, then we could ask succeeded yes. If not, don't even draw shit and don't even print string. So in this case, if we were out of bounds, it wouldn't draw anything, but then when we go in bounds, it would draw stuff. Yeah. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. Oh. Nice. Maybe so they're going to watercolor painting app instead of a fantasy sandbox video game. Yes. Sorry, I just punched one of my lights because I was just so angry. I was just so pumped, you know? While this ad's running, I might just get a snack real quick. So, BRB. BRBs. What is Arby's? Is that like an American thing? And we're back. And I have Kofevfe. Kofev. How cool is this mug? You can't really see the... It's got like a cat on it. It's a cat mug. So lit. It's a mug that I got for someone else's birthday. Present thief. Or, no, self-gifting? You know when you, like, buy a present for someone, but, like, really it's for you, you know? That's what that mug is. All righty. What the flibbity schmibbity bibbity are we smibbity mcgwibbity schmibbity skibbity. Yeah, that's so funny. Skibbity. Ha 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 ha. So the functionality here is like done, right? Like this whole thing is done. D-U-N. Oh, actually, no. One other thing I need to do is to make sure nothing ever gets assigned to the first cell. First cell should always be empty because the default, like, values and shit need to be thingo. So we're actually going to do... manager. We're going to go to search Atlas for free space, and we're going to say number of slots assigned. Total length plus 1. Because we always want that one to be... Is that going to actually work, though? It should work. So then this blah blah blah, everything gets assigned. We should have 2 spaces free, but the second one is getting used for this thing. Yeah. Yep. Go to that second bit. Yeah, cool. Nice. Wait, what the fuck happened there? Wait, why is that? How did that happen? Huh? How did that happen? How did it get a purple... Oh, the array must have got... How the fuck does that work, though? How can the array get... The array is literally managed in one place, and everything adds to it. And it's not multi-threaded, so how the fuck could the array have gone out of order? There it was again! Did you see that? How the fuck? It's G viewers now, they heard you. Hell yeah. That's lit. Okay, well, yeah, so we're getting random values. So why would it be... Wait, how could it be mixing up values? Because it's literally... Some vectors a vector array. We append all of these and that to here, and that gets... That's supposed to get cleared at the start. Or maybe the... No, because no, they can't go out of order. They literally only ever get operated on in parallel. If we... What's this supposed to do? What are you? You're nothing. You are nothing. Update voxel values. Event tick. Pass this frame data to Niagara. This should be clearing values this frame towards this frame. So unless something is sending in... Unless it's a Niagara thing? Because it's like on a different fucking... You know what I mean? No, because we're telling it specifically. Like, these are the fucking things that you should be sending in. Is it because we do... No, the caching happens in this cycle. This isn't the issue. This gets both and uses the same iteration index. Where are these stray colors coming from? Let's just do our instance thinger. Let's just tell this to happen way more... you know what, let's go 1 second. That's fine. But instead of a random color, values to update random color, let's just do... a flat color. Like... Not red. Do like, I don't know, whatever that color is. And then -1 on the red. So it's like just not red. And then that will make list of new colors. So these will all just be that color. And they'll keep setting themselves to that color every second. So we then paint this red. And yeah, you see that little hiccup that it did? Yeah, okay, so it's getting mixed up somewhere. But how... Yeah, okay. So how's it getting reordered, though? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? How... How does that even work? if multiple things wanted to write to it in the one frame, and they only ever use the update voxel values, we have the mesh index, the list of these and list of them to append. Unless I'm... First index 0, last index that one. Let me just check the length, actually, of each of those. Length. That one. Maybe I'm just dumb as fuck. Actually, that could be it. I might actually just be dumb as fuck. Yep. Yep. Okay, so if these got processed before this did, then this would be one. And like, you can't tell with these because they're literally just generating random colors per segment. So it's because this should be from this to that. From number 1, because we don't have a 0th thing. So if we now get our painter, we do that, then we should never get... Well, we shouldn't get those hiccups either. Yep, and we should never get out of sync colors. So yeah, that's just a user error. Fuck, maybe I should make it a struct. Like the struct gets sent through. So like instead of local coords and values as just separate arrays, which can kind of be easy to fuck up. Maybe it should just send through one struct, which contains both arrays, which then gets split and added to this, which then gets sent. Or even just a, oh, you know, because I've got to, like, do shit. I've got to transform that to local. So I'd have to split it and then remake it, which is kind of pointless considering that when we send it through to Niagara... Where does that even happen? Set... Fucking fuck, fuckity fuck. What's this? Pass this frame data to Niagara. That should be send this frame. Send. Yeah, so this can just have the two arrays because they have to get sent as separate arrays. Erasers. That's why the coords are vectors, not int vectors. Politions! Hello. I'm a developer for UEFN. Finding your material tools very useful. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I haven't actually used UEFN, so I don't know how similar the material graph is, but I imagine it's pretty much the same, right? I wonder if any developers have like procedurally drawn penises with shaders, you know? Because you can't like put your own textures in. Or you could you could just get a custom node, convert an image to a 2D array of RGBA values, and just have it output that in a custom... Oh, you probably can't do custom nodes. Because then you'd be able to access, like, shit that you shouldn't. That got weird real quick. No, that was on everyone's mind. That was the first thing everyone was thinking. Trust me. Trust. Vertex paint. It's a good idea. Okay, yeah, so the reason we were getting that jittering before is because it was sending through zeroed values. So now we look on our atlas. Everything is fine. Yep. Cool. And we have that first one blank. Alright, this is all going schwimpingly. Now I just need to think about, like, you know, how the fuck do people use this? How does it get used? Because, like, that's a whole thing, you know? What kind of game are you making? So at the moment, I'm just making a plugin, like a tool for people to use that I'm also going to use in my game. It's essentially like Vertex Paint, but it is voxel paint. And it would be very useful for things like fire, like burning stuff in materials, in instances specifically, so without having to break instancing. So all of these trees could have their own unique, you know, where they're burnt and where they're not. And they wouldn't have to break instancing like you would if you were like vertex painting them, or if you had set like material parameters, dynamic material parameters for each one of them, which again you'd have to break instancing and whatnot. So that's the gist of this. The other thing that I do is the PrismatiScape plugin, and this again is not my actual game. This is just a tool that I use in my game, but I sell. It's been a bit of a hit. Been a bit of a hit with the, you know, a bit of a hit with the developers. It's essentially like a foliage particle wind simulation-y kind of doodad. It does water foam, water waves, foliage in water, wind on water. It's all like interconnected simulations and whatnot. That's the... Yeah, this is like my past 6 months of doodling. Yeah, so this one's a bit of a banger. I was also thinking, and like someone needs to stop me. But I was thinking, now that I know how to use 3-dimensional Niagara grids, I could probably make the wind simulation 3D. As well as the capsule simulation, like this stuff, I could make 3-dimensional. You know what I mean? So that if you had like a tree, then the tree branches, you know, even above, like it would remove the limitation of it needing to be ground bound, you know? So like the wind wouldn't have to read from the stem. Oh, sorry, the foliage wouldn't have to read from the wind, you know. Do you know what I mean? the wind could actually just affect the top of something or the bottom of something separately. Yeah. Same with the capsule stuff. You could just like separately do the tips of stuff versus the bottoms. The reason that like for the capsules it needs to be like this is so that they have like, you know, recovery time. Some flow map stuff. Pretty chill. Being chilling. So yeah, that's the other thing we're on. And then my game, which isn't in this session. My game, oh god, is I call it an adventure simulator, fantasy adventure simulator game, which is like, it's basically just like RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress, but in like a fantasy setting, but you play as like one character. But the world is still simulated around you, so it's all about like emergent gameplay and emergent situations. And it also just gives me an excuse to just like do really stupid coding stuff to learn, you know, learn how to make games, basically. Do you think it's better to learn specific things at one time instead of trying to learn everything at once for materials? I think the best way to learn materials and just anything in general is to learn as you go. So have a thing that you want to make and then learn things as you know, as you reach roadblocks. So like, oh, I want to learn how to like do a weather system with materials. And, you know, I want to know, how do I, like, get something on, you know, a mask on the top, like the top-facing faces of something. So then you could Google that, you could look up, oh, how do I, like, make snow on stuff? And then you'd be pointed to, like, you know, accessing the vertex normal buffer and using a dot product with the up normals to, like, you know, do a mask. And then you might be like, oh, but how do I add, like, detail so it's not just, like, this kind of blurry mess on the top? And then you might, you know, find height lerping. And that way, like, you have directed learning, but you also immediately are applying the things that you're learning. And so they, like, stick around in your head. Because then next time, you're like, oh, I need to, like, you know, I want this character to, like, look like they've been getting rained on. Or whatnot. And you can be like, oh, yeah, like, I use that vertex normal world space node to do the snow on top of things. I can just use that for other things. How do you expect performance to scale with 3D sim versus 2D? For the wind, it wouldn't be too bad, because the wind is a very low resolution thing anyway. And also the Z component, so like the height, it doesn't have to be a cube. So like in this example here, it's 64 by 64 in X, but it's only 6 layers deep. So the total size is 96 kilobytes. If I'd made the Z height 64, then it would be like, okay, well, it gets set back to that anyway. But it would be like, you know, really fucking big. But because I just set it to 6 layers deep for this example, then yeah, it's not too crazy. But yeah, for the wind system, I don't know how many up and downs you would want. But yeah. Yo, look at that sweet, sweet contrast function. Circular contrast versus the other one. Squarular contrast. This is going to crash the engine, isn't it? Oh no, there it goes. Square contrast. You guys really help me highlight stuff things again. No worries, Sandbox. I wish you all the best. Yeah, RVTs can be kind of scary. I was actually going to make a video very soon about RVTs. Because, like, why they're the best, and also why they're the worst. And also why Unreal should, like, prioritize making them, you know, more usable. Like, for example, everyone has run into issues with, like, RVTs and level streaming, you know? Or, like, RVTs and really, really big worlds. And it's just like, yeah. Oh, that was one thing I was actually going to test a little while ago. Was, can you have... Maybe I can just test this in the PrismatiScape fuckery thingo. I was eating positions on a world, partition or stream. Yeah. But I imagine, like, with a really big world, it could get a bit freaky. But something I wanted to check was, if I have the RVT at runtime, this one is the landscape height. If I have two RVTs, let me just make this one smaller. So like 2,000 by 2,000. Okay, maybe a bit more than that. 6,000 by 6,000. Right, and then I have another one. There it is. If I duplicate this, and I have another one that's drawing to the same texture, right? Does it... Do they, like... Do you know what I mean? It's getting angry here. Like, can it... Do you know what I mean? If I look at RVTs, we go to the landscape height. This one's just drawing to here. So that's correct. Okay, that doesn't get anything drawn on it. But over here... No, that's water height. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell... Oh, what if I just get a debug material? And this is what? Landscape height? World height. World position. Landscape height. So... Okay, yeah, it's only drawing from the first one. It doesn't give a fuck about this. So that doesn't work. Oh, well, except there, where, like... Where this one got updated second. So, yeah, you kind of... Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of what I expected, but it would have been cool if you could, like... You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's not save that and go back to here. Oh, nice. Obviously, can't work on streaming HLOD. Ah. Is that just because the HLOD doesn't dirty the RVT tiles properly? Or can it just not draw for some reason to the RVT at all? Oh, because does it like... No, it like bakes a shared material for them all, doesn't it? I can't remember how HLODs work. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure... when it basically leaves low level MIP due to it not being cleared properly. Gotcha, yeah. So it can draw to it, but they're just super lazy and they just haven't fixed, you know, simple bugs, just like every other fucking system that they've introduced, you know. What was the thing that I was looking at? It's all fine. When we register to Atlas, if we search for free space, that then does that and that. Which then, yeah. Right, yeah, it does this. And that's its new thing, if it is. That will always get the last one. Yeah, cool. It's under run a target, so this threshold fails it. Grabs the chunk being with next. Grab the chunk looks really bad. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. And I guess you can't, like, manually dirty RVT chunks. I mean, you could by moving a static mesh or something, you know, one space. But then you'd have to know when the HLOD is changing, like, doing its thing. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like something really easy to fix, and they just haven't done it. Which is frustrating. Alright, how do I make this, like, usable? But it completely depends on what people are using it for. Do I need to do a... I was thinking a struct that has... Or like an array of nested struct blah 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 that's like let's say you had like, I don't know, call them like voxel properties. So basically when something needs voxel properties generated, it would have to look up if that mesh has a... There'd need to be like a data asset full of like defaults, you know? And then you just look up mesh, look up its... Because like, I doubt everyone would want to like make a custom static mesh component child class and use that in everything. So I think just having a data asset that literally just maps a mesh to its voxel default data or something, and then that voxel default data could also have voxel properties, which is just a name or maybe a tag. Name would probably be easier. So like flammability, and then it would have, you know, all of its voxel. It would have an array of floats, which would be like, okay, how flammable is this thing? And then, you know, HP or something. Because it wouldn't need... If we know that these trees, for example, you know, the trunks are less flammable than the leaves, but the trunks have more HP than the leaves. The HP needs to be instanced, because it can decrease in value. But the flammability is kind of just like a static value. Unless something is modifying it. Like, oh, it's got fucking, you know, oil on it. That's a whole other thing. But like at this point, that's like not my problem. That's kind of like how people want to use it. But then it's like how I want to use it. How do I want to use this? You know? How would I set it up? But I think that's a problem for another day. You know? I feel like it's just not current Charles' problem. Current Charles. Charles singular? Charles plural? It's so hard writing things as plugins, because you've got to, like, account for, like, the fact that 99% of people are going to want something simpler than what I want. And then 1% of people are going to want something way more detailed than what I want. And you have to, like, still account for both of them. Yeah, I think I might shelf this for now. I think I might stick it up on the shelf and call it a success. Very cool idea. I honestly think that making it, like, usable will happen as I start to use it. So I might not just force it right now. Yeah. That's my idea. Alright, next thing I wanted to think about... This is going back to Prismatica stuff now. Or do I need to finish the Prismatiscape Rivers shit? I feel like the Prismatiscape Rivers stuff is kind of like... I should probably wrap it up. Even though I sidetracked from that, which itself was a sidetrack from being productive. But that's just how we roll, you know? It's just... one thing leads to another. Oh, I remember the one thing that I freaking hated about the current Rivers implementation. And that is that... well, there's two things, actually. One is that the YCOCG compression on RVTs doesn't work in Niagara when it gets red. So I had to do the flow map as the really badly compressed color. Which is why we get this bullshit. And then the other thing, which I think someone had a fix for. Oh, shader's compiling. Which was the... custom data not working in spline segments. Per instance, custom data not working in spline segments. So that's why this isn't fading like that does. Oh my god, it's like an actual nightmare. Maybe I'll just have to wait until... I mean, like, this is still releasable with the shitty flow map stuff. And, like, presumably people that are on 5.3 are eventually going to upgrade to 5.4 and 5.5. Even though I obviously haven't. Because they fucking suck. Blip, 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 blip. Is 5.5 out? Is there like a new engine version that I'm not aware of? Oh, my camera just died. Oh, wrong. This one. Phone 4 is the most unstable one in a while. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's why I haven't moved to it. Or, like, bothered trying to move to it. Although I did download it so I could, like, compile the plugin for 5.4. But, you know. You know? You know. You know, you know. So what's next on my... Do I have Notion open? Notion. YouTube to-do list. What do we got? Where the fuck is fragmentation? No. Here we go. No, go to the open. When X do Y. Yeah, that's so specific. What's happening here? Where is everything? That's not cell shaded. I see. Right, because I have to do a thumbnail. True. Right. So let's think. It's brain time. The next thing in the Prismatica, you know, game framework, fucking blah, 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 boring, is a full entity composition thing. So, like, what do they call them in... I'm pretty sure they do it in Lyra. With, like, weapons. Fragments? Any Lyras in the chat? Any Lyra enjoyers? Item fragments. I think that's it. Where, like, if you equip this item, you know, you have fragments for, like, what abilities it grants with, like, the gas bullshit. But also, like, if you equip this item, does it slow you down? Or if you equip this item, I don't know, does your character jump higher or some shit? So it's basically just when X, when equipped, do Y, and it handles all that kind of shit. But I need to kind of do that with literally everything. But I just don't know how to set it up. Like, obviously object instances are, you know, going to be getting used. So, like, have a data asset for you know, this entity's static data, and then just have an array or a map that maps, you know, a tag or like some keyword to another fucking data asset or like an object instance. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, we're talking on the scale of millions of things. Like, millions of things need multiple things. So having them all just be pointers to one data asset, you know. If we've got 1 million chickens, and all 1 million of those chickens need to know when you are equipped to a person's head, then their weight decreases by 10 kilograms, and they can jump higher. But then we also need to know when a chicken gets equipped, the chicken stops navigating, because the chicken's now on the head of a person. But the chicken's still alive. The chicken still has all its own, you know, stats and systems that are ticking along. So we're talking like true composition. Where, like, yes, you can store a living chicken in a barrel, or you can equip a person on your feet if you wanted. So what's like the pattern there? We've got like we just call it static data. I call it static data. Where it's just like a data asset, none of that data changes, or like default data, I guess. And it's all, you know, one data asset that's shared by everything that needs to reference it. It's basically just like a list of rules, like when X do Y. So like when So just as if you equip, you do the stat math. Well, it's not just about the stats. I've already got the stats and stuff figured out. That's like not the point of issue. It's more like if we equip a sword to our hand, we can just socket the sword mesh straight to the hand, like to the weapon bone. But if we equip, I don't know, like a shirt, and a shirt is just like a character mesh, but it's like ragdolling. We can't socket a ragdolling mesh to a thing because it's simulating physics. So we have to use a physics handle to hold the shirt towards where the hand is, you know, so that it can grab a particular body of that ragdolled shirt. And that's different to socketing. But then it's also like, okay, well, if we equip gloves to our character, the gloves have to get merged in to the character, like, mesh itself. We don't do any socketing. It literally just reconstructs the character from scratch, but includes the gloves mesh. So there's like heaps of different... And then what if we have gloves, but the gloves have like a flashlight on them? So we'd still merge the gloves in so they can, like, you know, articulate with the fingers and shit. But then we also want to spawn a point light on the palm of the character. And then obviously when we unequip the gloves and we just have the gloves dangling around, we'd then want to move that point light or make a new point light on the gloves mesh that is now physics handled to our character's hands. Do you know what I mean? So, like... Yeah. Just like... Like, inheritance sucks, basically. That's like, from the first 2 iterations of all the stuff that I've done, with all the stuff that I want to do, inheritance just isn't the answer. Because, like, I tried doing, like, okay, we've got, like, an item actor or an item class, and then we have an equipment class. So items were things that could be stored in a container. And then equipment was items that could be stored in a container but got merged onto the character. But then weapons were items that had extra damage values or something. I can't remember what it was exactly. But then I was just running into issues where, like, you know, I'd want to... I don't know. Yeah. Flashlight. Oh, let me read up. I missed the thing. It's only the thing makes the decision about how it's attached. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the thing should make the decision on how it's attached in most cases. Or given specific conditions, then, you know. Also, how good's that? What's the... I don't understand these bots. Long live chaos, sports betting, Twitch, online casino equals scam, fixed match, hello, hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death and you'll be stronger. Open your tap every evening and never turn it off. Add bleach to the food and throw it in the forest and the sea. With the plastic, the money will come to you. I don't like... There's always bots, but it's the same... They all say that same, like, copy pasta, and I don't understand where it comes from. Or do they want you to Google, like, oh, where does this copy pasta come from? And that leads you to a scam site. See, that's like fucking... That's smart. Someone should run a scam like that. Flashlight's always printed the glove. The glove is equipped and makes the decision about how to change how the flashlight acts. Yeah, so, but then the other thing, and this is, again, already kind of accounted for in my system. What if you had a glove flashlight attachment? So you had a flashlight that can get attached to a glove, like, and you can take it on and off. We'd have to do, like, the thing it's attached in, or like the thing of which it's inside of the picos. If you don't know what a picos is, don't ask. It would have to say, oh yeah, I've been equipped, and then any any contained entity that needs to know about its parent being equipped and unequipped, I guess would bind to that delegate. How much space does a delegate take up? Does that make sense? Like, if I'm binding something to an event of something else, how does that work, like, memory-wise? Would it just be better to have a function that just iterates through every contained entity? And if it also has this tag, you know, or has the tag when parent added to fucking whatever, then it executes that. Like, it's kind of just trading off performance for memory, which is, you know, every fucking thing ever. Sockets onto the flashlight can only attach to certain sockets. Yeah. And, like, that's how my system works. Like, the picos the PICOS system. PICOS. The Prismatica Item Container Object System. Which is essentially a generalized entity nesting system that just uses an index and object pointers. To use telemetry inside, see how much time it takes on game 3, I guess you need to relax. Yeah, I agree. I don't think worrying about, like, delegates or iterations is worth it at this point. But the actual functionality, design-wise, needs to make sense. Because, like, the foundation has to be solid so that, like... Because if the foundation... If I go and make a bunch of content, and then I have to change something about the foundation, all of the content is pretty much useless, or has to be completely, like, restructured or whatever. Delegate is an array over binded objects and functions. Gotcha. Yeah. You love streams. Where have you been all my life? Need to go through old streams and find the starting stream. I've been streaming for like 3 years. 80-20 rule? Yeah, exactly. Yep. But the other thing to keep in mind is, like, this all seems super overkill, but I also want to, like, open source. Like, I want other people to be able to use some of the frameworks and stuff that I've, you know, that I end up making. For, like, you know, simulation games, or, like, colony simulation games, or just for, like, background NPCs and stuff, so that they actually, like... you know, go and do real shit. Don't tell it's more expensive because I hold a string to the function name, then a lookup needs to occur. Okay, yeah. See, those events can be cheaper just because holding a pointer. How does it work with something really complex like an NPC, like putting an NPC on your foot, then taking it off? That would come with a bunch of issues, right? Well, not every NPC is able to be worn on your foot. You know? So, an entity, so like in this project, a sword and a chicken and a person and a crate or a barrel, they're all entities. So nothing actually separates them class-wise. The only differences between them are I guess the fragments that, you know, tell them the things that they do. And so a part of those fragments would be like, you know, a list of like equip rules. So can this entity be, can it be held? Can it be hauled? Can it be equipped? If it can be equipped, what slot names or slot tags can it be equipped to? So if it's a hat can be held in the hand, and a hat can also be equipped to the head, milady. You know, Tip's hat. Carrying a baby is a good example. Yeah, exactly. So, like, you could hold the baby in your hands. You could also haul the baby if you yourself were a baby and the baby was to, like, you know, like, drag it along. Which is like a different action to actually holding it. So if you yourself were a baby or a toddler that couldn't, like, carry a baby, you could drag the baby along by its hands. So there would be conditions for that, you know. you know, can I hold this? Do you have the strength to be able to hold this? If no, can you hold this? And then it would do that. But then you can also put the baby in a barrel. Or you could even put the baby in your backpack. Or if you had like one of those baby carriers like around the front, you could put the baby in that container. And then, you know, it would just be sitting there, and the baby would just need to know, okay, when you get stored in this container, and this container is on a parent character, you get physics... What's it called? You get physics handled to this position. Or, yeah, you could put the baby in the barrel and then put the barrel on the cart, and then you could hold the cart. You know, you could, like, drive the cart. But the baby, because everything's virtualized and everything is object first, so, like, you know, abstract object, nothing is actor-based in this project. Everything is able to be completely abstractly represented so that stuff can happen off-screen performantly. The baby would still be, like, breathing and taking damage while it's in the barrel from it, like, you know, jostling around. We'd still want the baby to, like, make sounds and stuff when it's in a container. So... yeah. But there needs to be a way to define all of these things. Video you're listening to, good reference, carrying mechanics sound similar? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they go almost the same route. But I mean, yeah, it's a bit more arcadey, but it's still like the same kind of core concept where, like, yeah, everything can be put in a container, basically. But I'm just trying to think, like, what object type are these rules, you know? So, like, when equipped to this slot, do this, but when equipped to that slot, do this, and blah, blah, blah. Is it like... we have, like, the static data. So we go to... what's it called again? PLSS. PLSS. Entity... entity data... entity static data. And so... would it just be an array... an array of, like, fragments? But yeah, what are the fragments? Well, because this static data here... I guess the fragments are instanced objects. Or object instant, like, you know, static object instances. No, because then we're duplicating heaps. So for, like, every pair of gloves... oh, they need to... you can make child data assets, can't you? So we could have a... we could have a data asset called fragment. I don't like the word fragment. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but, like... I don't know. I almost want to call them rules. Like static rules. You know, when X do Y, but I don't know. What's a good word for it? Anyway, we basically have these rules. Or like I want to call them components. But that's already used in like the actor and actor component hierarchy bullshit, which is like what I'm avoiding because it's so heavy and dumb. Gameplay effects call them components? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to call them components because then we also have in the real versions of things, like the actor representation of things, they have components. Which is like, it's just going to get so confusing because there's like actors and, you know, the actor has a movement component and a, you know, physics control component or something. But that's not, do you know what I mean? Call them parts? Yeah? Like an entity part? Because, like, we've got entity. So, like, our hierarchy is we have a U object, U ob, OBJ, U object. This then derives into entity or P entity, pentity. Or, no, it's PLSS entity. PLSS, Prismatica Large Scale Simulation System. Surprise. Entity. And... Entity. Entity. And then this does, you know, all of its other... whatever. Well, no, actually, this is the only class. So then this needs... things. Got my... definition. True, I remember that. I remember that, that word. Entity definitions. Yeah, because we're defining... You know, I might steal that. You want to define these rules as actual executable logic, though? I mean, something has to execute logic regardless, right? Why not compartmentalize? Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. There's now live federated fragments of things like static mesh attachment data, but then I have requirements that are used to check if an item matches the requirement for certain container schema. Yeah, okay. Could ND component mass fit the requirement? No, so I debated about this for ages with my like property simulation system where like you've got a whole tree or like web of like simulation properties or like I think in gas they're called gameplay attributes, but you know, so like you've got like the amount of blood in a character. And then you've got a, I don't know, the amount of, like, food that the character, or, like, the amount of energy the character has makes them regenerate blood faster. But then this character has an injury that is bleeding, decreasing their blood rate. But then they've applied a bandage to that limb, or to that injury in particular, but maybe not this injury. But then they've eaten something that makes them, you know... they've made a thing that... They've eaten something that makes open wounds heal faster. And so that's like, you know, tertiarily impacted this, blah, 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 blah. I thought about doing ECS for that, but then I was like, everything's too... everything's not uniform enough, you know? So, like, ECS is pretty good when you're doing, like, I've got 100,000 characters, and I want all of them to move towards this one point, or, like, avoid some other thing, or avoid nearby thingos. They're, like, all executing the same logic. Whereas my thing's very... all over the place. It's very composed, compositionalized. Because, like, not every character is going to have an injury or this temporary effect, or, you know, this character might not even have an arm. Maybe their arm entity got removed from their body entity. And they're now using that arm as a weapon in their right, you know, their right hand. So yeah, anyway, so definitions. So entity static data, an array of any amount of these definitions, which would be a tag. A tag or a name. A tag's probably easier because it's like you can't make spelling mistakes with a tag. And it would be called like when equipped. But then, yeah, I guess in your example, Elliot, so you've got requirements. So it could be like when equipped, and then within that one, you know, you could say, you could have extra specifiers, like when equipped to this hand, or when equipped to that hand, or when, you know, another rule, when stored, or when stowed, or whatever the, you know, when contained. You know, when contained in this particular container type, you know, an open or a closed container. If it's an open container, then we want it to be visually represented, you know, if it's like a crate, an open crate, and we're putting a bunch of weapons in this crate, we want them to actually be, like, you know, visually represented in the crate. But if it's a closed container, then we can just delete the actor and just put the item object, or the entity object, in the PyCos. It was like the container handle, most of that use the item type and the item tag, fast the whole item, the inventory, schema to server tag. Yeah. That's how mine works at the moment. Let me get. Scheme's generic requirement, visual, blah, 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 inventory. Yeah. There are specific slot requirements. Yeah. And so what are the requirements, like the requirement objects? Are they all instance objects? Because, like, what I'm thinking is, like, what if a bunch of things have the same, you know, fragment, or the same, fragment or requirements or whatever. If, like, each one of them has to have... If each data asset for every possible entity static data needs to have its own instanced, you know, rules and stuff, then it would probably balloon a bit. But if they could have shared ones, like... yeah, so I don't know. I feel like data assets is a good way to go. Because data assets are just, again, like just one instance. Super easy to access. And you can also change the default variables. Yep, let me give it a gaze. Yeah, set our requirement. Yeah. Project instance struct with C++. Well, yeah, but I was also I think Sov sent me a little file with an instance object example. What's an instance struct? Like, what's the dealio with an instance struct? How do you instance a struct? Oh, you mean like a dynamically, like a runtime created struct? No? The fuck does that even mean? How do you instance a struct? I'm so confused. Aren't all structs? Yeah, my brain, it is gone. I've said goodbye to the brain. Kind of the same thing. Okay. Using inheritance. Ooh, okay. That's kind of sick. Both just found the same one. Instance struct shares the same idea to previous any struct example, proper asset serialization logic editor support. Oh. Fuck. Yeah. Ah. We charcoal it. Ah, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So I probably still need to do instance view objects. Or data assets. Let me get, I need to walk through some examples, right? Instance objects inside of data assets? Well, that's also what I was thinking. Because then... Yeah. When you start trying inside an array to edit in the details. Yeah, exactly. It's dope as hell. That's kind of what the sub object or the instance objects would do. Can make blueprint callable function. Yeah, exactly. Like if I wanted to write a blueprint function on that struct. Make a BB function library that calls them. I mean, yeah. Less overhead. That's true. Yeah. Let me do a... fuck, what's it called? What's that thing I use for the... Miro? Here we go. Miro, blah, 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 blah. Log me in. Yeah, probably that one. I don't fucking know. Can I just log in with Google? Choose account, PrismaticaDev. Continue. Right, my flowcharts page. Can you load, please? I'm begging thee. Oh, why is it taking so? Okay, there we go. Alright, flowcharts. Let's just do a... It's right click. Okay. Let's just get this. Chuck you down here. Let's choose a color. Blue. That's a nice... alright, so let's think of a thing. A shirt. Right? A shirt. What does a shirt need? A shirt needs, when equipped, where the fuck is that line? Can you, like, fucking get thick? And white? There we go. Right, shirt, when equipped, to a human body. merge mesh with hide flags and all that shit. Flags. Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? TLD, equip the baby as a gun. That's right. Alright, when held... Is being held... No, being held is just being stored in the hands, isn't it? But that's the same as when equipped. Equipping is just being stored in the character's equipment picos. So is there a difference? Is it just when stored and then equipped, in quotations, is its own condition? Shouldn't a human shirt and horse shirt be different things? Yeah, but like if you like got a human shirt, and you like stretched it over the horse, right? Let's just say for some reason the horse could wear a human shirt. Let's just say a dog body to a dog's body. You know, like you're putting your shirt on a dog. Like, it's possible, and you can do it, and the dog can wear it, but because, you know, because it would have to be skinned to the dog, it would need a different set of conditions for that particular dog thing. Like, I'd have to model that shirt, but fitting to a dog. This is just an example, by the way, like... Although, I don't know, it would be kind of sick to let dogs wear shirts. If there were dogs in Prismatica, which there aren't. When held, physics handle, ragdoll flopper. Also when held, grants... Why is that one not square? Grants the slap with shirt ability, or slap with shirt attack moveset, right? Or the whip with shirt. Also equipped to a human neck. You know. Then we'd still want to merge the mesh with hide flags and all that shit, but using the shirt scarf version of the mesh. You know what I'm saying? Do you know how to make morph targets with scaly mesh? There's more than 20 different phases burns out performance. I don't, but I know that Sov does and has done it. I think. I know it is possible, at least. But you can only bake the results of the morph targets, and then they get discarded. It's really difficult to preserve. If you wanted to change the morph targets at runtime after merging meshes, then that's like a whole different thing. But if you want to bake the morph targets and discard them, then that's doable and probably advisable, honestly. Because, like, fuck morph targets. Oh, what the fuck's going on there? Morph targets kind of cringe. It's just shirts all the way down? Yeah, exactly. I actually hate dogs. With a burning passion. Well, okay, I take it back. I hate small dogs. And I honestly think that all small dogs should be eradicated. Like, just no exceptions. Just get rid of them. You know what I'm saying? Small dogs are actually like a crime against nature. You know? Small dogs, yeah. They're just not, it's just not, yeah. Oh, what the... I think I'm starting to see a pattern. Sign to hit section 4. Armor purposes. Do temperature related shit and all the other property related shit and all the other stuff, brackets, temperature, encumbrance, blah blah. So I'm gonna do this one down here because this is the like exception, you know. What are artificial created by humans, aren't they? I guess some of them, yeah, were used for like hunting small, like in enclosed spaces. But when they started doing like pugs and shit, that shit's kind of fucked up, you know? As a vegan, I think that all pugs should be eradicated. So what would I do? Let's say I wanted you to be able to use a shirt as a bandage. And then take the shirt off. Like you know, like in a typical game, you would get a shirt and then you would use it as a bandage and that would be the end of it. You know, you've now got, like, it would essentially convert the shirt into a bandage. And like, you know, or you know, I guess you could tear it up into rags. But what if like, what if my character was stuck at nighttime in a forest and it was really cold, but they were bleeding profusely, so they took their shirt off to use to, you know, stem the flow of blood. But then once it had stopped bleeding, they wanted to put the shirt back on because it's fucking freezing. You know what I mean? So a shirt needs a definition that says, you know, can be used as bandage. And what's the go with this, like, fucking little sub-selection? It's really... Can you, like, fuck off? Can I, like... Ungroup. There we go. Can be used as bandage. Bandage, yeah. Bandage. Do you know what I mean? I'll make a shirt out of bushes. Well, there you go. Clump of leaves. Wet shirt in cold, good luck. Well, I mean, yeah. Covered in blood, hope there's no bears around. I mean, you know what I mean? It's all... Well, the shirt would contain the blood that it soaks up, and therefore it would be the shirt that's emitting the blood smell. So if you then left the shirt on the ground, then it would attract predators. But if you took the shirt with you... I mean, if you were just bleeding, you'd give off, you know. Cloth of some kind of stiffness value, perhaps any cloth that has low stiffness can be a bandage, or any other similar purpose. I think that would just be a property of the... of the clothing type itself. Because obviously there's a bunch of different shirts. And I'd just probably say that, yeah, like all shirts or pants can be used as a bandage. To some degree, with some exceptions. Maybe. You know, like this kind of thing. When it's equipped as a bandage. I mean, like, I get what you're saying, Core. Because then it's more generic and doesn't have to actually be assigned to every single thing. It can just be derived from... thingos. Just from values. Because, I mean, all of the different material types do actually have values like, you know, their absorbency. So, like, how much liquid do they hold in them compared to other ones? Because, like, you can have a shirt, so it's the same shirt model. You know, shirt 01. But shirt 01 can be made of linen, or it can be made of silk, or it can be made of, you know, this other thing. But it's also like, there's a combination of like, you wouldn't be able to make shirt 01 out of leather. You could, like, I could duplicate shirt 01, use, like, the same model, but obviously texture it differently, and it could be called leather shirt 01, you know, gimp shirt. But there's like the physical material, and then the material modifier. So we can have plate armor. And then we can have chain armor. Which have a physical material type, which is metal. And this one is also metal. Therefore, you can have plate armor made of gold, and also chain armor that's made of gold, or iron, or whatever. So, you know, this could be that, and this could be that. But you can't make a shirt out of gold or iron. Because the shirt, you know, thin cloth. Thin cloth, I guess. Is of type fabric or textile or whatever. Then you could have, like, padded armor, which is also fabric. And then, like, you know, thick cloth, which could be, like, you know, like a big jacket, like a big fabric jacket. So maybe it could be just that thin cloth only, regardless of what sub-materials it's made of, you know, like fucking linen, silk, fucking cotton, hyperweave, some Rimworld shit. So maybe it's just this that gives it the ability to be used as a bandage, which means that this needs fragments. So that if something is made of this thing, then it can... I guess it could, like, bind to this thing? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is actually a really good example because the ability to use something as a bandage is kind of determined less by the style of item and more the actual material it's like made of. So like bed sheets, although bed sheets are really big, so you probably wouldn't want to just like directly bandage yourself using bed sheets. Which brings in another thing. Can you use bed sheets as a bandage? Or do you need to tear it apart first? At which point, maybe it is a product of the item itself that determines whether it can be used as a bandage. And when it is used as a bandage, how does it get visually represented and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? I'm using one corner of a bed's advantage, drawing around the rest of it now. Well, that would be this, you know? Like, bedsheet can be used as bandage. When equipped as bandage, do this and then simulate physics on the rest of it. And, you know, grant extreme encumbrance to that limb when it's equipped as a bandage. You know, that's actually another thing. Apply sim properties. For example, encumbrance to the limb, stem bleeding on limb in that region, in applied region. And then also the visual stuff. Do visual shit. Merging, question mark. Socketing. Probably, honestly, do socketing for most things. And just give them... Because all of the clothes and stuff are just character meshes. Which means I could just create a pose for a shirt mesh. You know, shirt. Oh man, just like chain shirt. Chain armor. What do I call it? Gambeson. Do we have a gambeson? So I could literally just like get this. And just create a pose. Where it's like wrapped around a cylinder, which could just be the arm or whatever. How do I show character bones? All hierarchy. Pelvis. Scale down. Wrong way. No, that's the right way. Pelvis scale down. Oh yeah, it'll be flattened and then like, you know, yeeted around like fucking... That's the wrong way to get. Anyway, so that's doable. That's doable and probably not a bad idea. What determines whether it can be used as a bandage? Is that like a separate thing? Because I guess this requires that. I guess that would be baked into this. Or would it just be the bandage fragment that says, yeah, you can use this as a bandage. And then when you do get used as a bandage, this is the stuff that you do. It's the same with like can equip and when equipped. Like you can't have when equipped unless you've got can equip. You know what I mean? That's when you start getting... So I guess this is baked into that. But then it's like, how do I phrase the thing? I guess this just becomes... like equipment definitions, as Sov would say. So equipment defs, where can it be equipped? Or, hold on, is it equipment defs is a thing, and this is still when equipped? And then this is a separate dude here. I was also just thinking like rules and stuff for actually equipping it or being able to equip it. Like, can you put a shirt on if you've got no arms? You know? As in, like, can you physically pick the shirt up and put it on yourself if you've got no arms? Or, conversely, can you put pants on if you don't have any legs? Like, to the point where if someone else was trying to put pants on you and you didn't have legs, or like, I guess, pants, because you can't lose your pelvis. But, like, can you put shoes on if your character's missing both their legs? And it's like, it's not just a case of, can you physically do this thing? It's like, do you have feet to put the shoes on? Even if someone else who had all their limbs tried to put shoes on you, could you even put the shoes on? Where does that fit into this? Where does that fit into this flowchart? Could it go next available slot? Well, that would be a decision that's made earlier on. So, like, if you right-click shoes, and it says equip to, but you didn't have any feet, and you could wear shoes on your hands, then it would say equip to hands, and you'd put the shoes on your hands. German literal translation of gloves, hand shoes. That would actually be kind of funny to use shoes as gauntlets. And it wouldn't really require that much extra work. Because imagine, like, you're boxing, right? But you just put some fucking leather shoes on your hands. That's, like, actually pretty good hand protection. Or you could put, like, plated sabatons on your hands. And, like, poke people with them. Gauntlet is a strong word. Interesting if you will, an Eldritch that has feet for hands. You mean like a, you mean like every animal ever? True. I mean, to be fair, that is quite an abomination. You know what's weird? Hooves. Hooves are weird. Like horse hooves. Not like cow toes. Like... You know what I mean? Horse hoof anatomy compared to human. Oh! You sure? This is kind of a funny picture. Hold on. Here we go. So they only have the one digit. The rest are but like where are the vestigial digits, you know? I guess I've got like that, which is where the thumb was. Need to look up another one. Oh, here's one. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, so what the fuck? Oh, wait, yeah, you can see here. So, yeah, they still have 2 digits, which is, yeah, where that bump is. They have, like, little, They don't look like... What do they look like? Not blisters, but... They look like things on the back of horse legs. What are they called? Chestnuts. Chestnuts. Or ergots. Ergots or chestnuts. Which is essentially like... They kind of just have like... Almost like fucking toenails just coming out the back of their... Yeah. It's kind of like how cats, or no, dogs, or cats or dogs, have like a thumb kind of up their, you know, up their hand. That's like kind of fucking useless, but it's still there. So these ones just completely phased out. That's kind of wacky. That's crazy as fuck. Because like if you look at cow hoof anatomy compared to human, cows are like very similar to well, yeah, you can kind of see here. I don't want dismembered cow's feet. I just want a diagram of a cow's foot. Oh, God. Here you go. Now, open image. You need that. Yeah, here you go. So, like, they're basically like, they have their middle two ones, and then these ones are kind of just like this. And then further up the leg, they have like another, just kind of like little lump, which is where their thumb kind of is. Like a dew claw. Do they call it a dew claw? Cow dew claw? Yeah, or like on a dog. Here's one on a dog. I have an image, need to... Like, dog paw. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then their thumb is just like up here. But it's not like real. It's just vestigial. Well... Now we know. Now we know. Honestly, that kind of stuff, like knowing that kind of stuff is actually good knowledge to have if you're doing like creature design or like just modeling in general. Like, knowing that, like, wings, like, you know, bat wings or something. Bat wings anatomy versus human. Like, bat wings are literally just, like, big hands, you know? One, two, three, four, five. It was literally just big hand. Like actually no difference. So like knowing that kind of thing, if you were designing a creature with wings, then you know how many like ridges, fucking what do you call these? You know how many doodads should be on it. Birds are kind of wacky, though. Yep. So yeah, anyway, back to the actual topic at hand. I feel like each of these things should be a data asset, or at least a, you know, a data asset child. So like for example, assigning hit section for armor purposes, shirt 01 and shirt 02 and shirt 03 and or maybe 04. Maybe shirt 03 is different, and maybe shirt number 16. Maybe all of these cover the exact same sections of the body. Therefore, they can use the, you know, shirt, long sleeve shirt, hit section, armor data. That way they can all reference this one data asset instead of having to instance, you know, an array of potentially 20 entries for each different shirt when, like, they're literally just all the same. But all the other stuff needs to be different. Like, they'd all use different meshes and all that kind of shenanigans. So I do think data assets will be the way to go just because of the interchangeability. Although it is a little bit more cumbersome to... Oh, it's not even like different setup. You know what I mean? Jeez, it is pouring rain outside. What the fuck? I should probably wrap up because I feel like my power's gonna go out. Like soon. You know how it is out here in the bush. You know how it is out here in the bush, mate. You know what it's like living out here in the bush. Out in the Australian bush. Yeah, this is a very interesting thought experiment because I feel like if I just keep dicking around with this and coming up with stupid use cases, then like the literal pattern reveals itself. Do you know what I mean? Like I can literally see how this needs to be set up. Is an X-ray of child hand another bones connect? Yeah, that's kind of wacky. Child hand X-ray versus adult. Child versus adult. Oh yeah, what the fuck? That's not a full res image. Can I get the big image? Do kids not have knuckles? Well, no, I guess... Huh? What? Huh? Children are gross. Do they just not... Aren't children supposed to have more bones and then they fuse when they get older? Or is that just for the head? Because, like, the head is in all different, like, fucking plates and shit. So that, like, you can drop a baby on its head and it, like, won't... It won't die as much as a big person. Or something like that. Or maybe it's just so they can, like, squeeze out of the womb. Ugh, fuck. Human bodies are fucked up. Who invented humans? You know what? Now I need to know how many bones. Bone count. Child versus adult. Baby's body has 300 bones at birth. These eventually fuse, grow together, form 206 bones that adults have. What the fuck? Baby's body has about 300 bones. Like, roughly. Like, no one's ever measured. No one's ever measured how many bones babies have. Babies are born with around 300 bones. Yeah, but, like, how many? Is composed of around 270 bones at birth, apparently. And decreases to around 206 bones. Like, we're not talking like hundreds of thousands of, you know, individually counted bones. Like, it's surely there's like a number, like a median number. Do they buy the Bone Saver package? I don't know. Anyway, so in Prismatica, we're actually going to simulate all 207 bones as their own individual object. So each bone can have its own injury properties, and each bone can be removed from the body. And then ground up into bone meal, and then you can instantly grow trees from it. So if you're really hungry, you can, like, cut off your finger and get 3 finger bones from it, and then turn that into bone meal, and then just insta-grow trees like in Minecraft, and get food and wood. How's that sound? Why is it? How do I fucking ungroup? Just get ungrouped. So Minecraft build. Also, you can hold objects in your mouth. Oh, actually, but then fucking... Well, that's the thing, though. Some objects you can't hold in your mouth. Do you know what I mean? When held in mouth, or in hands, do this. In mouth. Also this, but not this. Only this when in hands. So how the fuck does that work? See what I mean? But you're a dog. Moveset. Now we're cooking. See what I mean? So I think it would have to be... Yeah, like what Elliot was saying, there would be condition checking, you know, objects or data assets, which essentially are like just modular functions, right? So we can composite different conditions with different outcomes and chain them all together to essentially do something like this. So for a human shirt, when held in the hands, I guess you can stack multiple conditions. So like you could do in hands and is human and has both arms, grants the whip with shirt attack moveset. And then when it's... Yeah. But then if a human holds a shirt in their mouth, then we just do this and we don't grant the whip with shirt attack moveset because we're holding it in our mouth. You know what I mean? And yes, holding something in your mouth is actually important because it's like... Let's say you've got an apple in your hand, right? You have an apple. And you have a backpack, but it's like a really heavy backpack. And so putting something in and out of the backpack takes like a heap of time, you know. But you need to like do something with both hands. You need to like craft something or whatever. Instead of waiting for your character to put it in your backpack, your character would just decide to hold the apple in their mouth, do the thing, take the apple back out of their mouth when they're done. Or like putting on a shirt. Because you need both your hands to put your shirt on. So you'd have to put the apple in your mouth, take the shirt off, get the other shirt, put it on, get the apple back out of your mouth. And that's all, like, actually, you know, important to the equipment system. Sounds really dumb, but, like, just trust me. Just trust me. It's so that, like, it's mainly so that things don't just, like, disappear or, like, get overwritten. Like, oh, I've got an apple in my hand, and then, you know, put the shirt on. But if we don't actually put the shirt into the hands and then equip it, if we get interrupted during the equip animation, what happens to the shirt, you know? So it's actually, it ends up being easier to actually transfer the shirt from the backpack to the hands, and then from the hands to the body. Because, like, if you grab the shirt out of your backpack and then you get shot in the head, then you drop the shirt. You know? And if you put the apple in your mouth and then you get the shirt out and then you get punched in the head, then you drop the apple and the shirt. And you don't just lose them into the void. Or if someone was putting on their shirt and they had an apple, you could punch them in the head, steal the apple, and run off. Because the apple would actually be there. So you could do like an apple hit and run. And then you could throw the apple at them or punch them in the face with the apple. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's gameplay. Imagine you're just playing, right? And your character's eating an apple. And then you get punched in the back of the head. Someone steals the apple. and then throws it at your face. Like, that's something that you'd tell your friend about. You'd be like, dude, I was, like, playing this game, and, like, my character was just, like, eating fruit, and then someone just came and, like, stole it out of my mouth while I was, like, you know, my character was, like, working on some shit, and then they threw the apple at my face and knocked me out, and then I fell down a cliff, and then I died. Or I fell into a river, but, like, I was wearing all my armor, and so, like, I drowned, and it was, like, so funny. And the game's fucking bullshit, and I'm never playing it again, but, like, you know. What a funny story. What a funny story. I guess these collections of conditions could have an or, like an and or. So, like, it could be when in hands and is human, you do this shit, you know? Or you could just do when held. So, like, when something is held, it's always going to do the physics handle ragdoll flopper, right? Although, I guess the held, like, the target bone could be different. So maybe in that case, it's kind of like... Well, no, let's just say for this example. Do these things regardless, but then... another condition check in hands and is human grants this moveset, but then also in mouth and is dog. And then it grants the dog moveset for holding a shirt in your mouth. But this gets done regardless, so there doesn't have to be 2 entries in the thing. And then these only get done if both these conditions are met. Because this would also be relevant for, let's say you're a really, really big humanoid character, or like an NPC is a really big humanoid character. They could probably use a pole arm or a pole hammer in one hand and use like the one-handed mace moveset, but with something that your character would need to use the two-handed moveset for. So that would be another condition. You know, if when held and character, you know, can hold it, blah, 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 then use, you know, grant the one-handed moveset. Or grant the two-handed moveset, or whatever. Two-handed abilities, one-handed abilities. Probably. Or would we just grant all the abilities? And then it's up to the abilities to check, can the character, you know, can the character do the thing? Can they use it one-handed or two-handed? Because what if you could usually use it one-handed, but then you break your arm? Or your arm gets so damaged that you can only then use it two-handed. So I guess then it's kind of the ability's job to differentiate. I don't know. I need to think about this a little bit more, but I do like the idea of just having, yeah, generic conditions. I wonder if there's an easier way to do it than data assets. Because the one thing about data assets is that you have to have a, like if I wanted to do, if I wanted to do just like a completely generic, or sorry, completely custom condition. So this would be like a condition, a CDA, condition data asset, or a entity definition, whatever the fuck it is, whatever. Then I would make a child class of that, which is called, I don't know, is enhance, is blah, blah, blah. Then I have to make, you know, like one of the red versions of it, an actual data asset from that to reference it in the thing. Whereas if I could just make an object class and then, oh, fuck, I don't know. But then I'd have to have like my own way of constructing all of the objects and having them statically referenced like by multiple things, which is just a dick pain. So maybe I just eat the data asset needing to have the primary data asset and the... Because I mean, having the primary data asset and then the data assets branching off of that would kind of be handy for other things, like, you know, when a shirt gets equipped, this is the shirt equip merge to or the generic merge to character primary data asset child of this, you know, condition, whatever, whatever. And then we just change the meshes in here. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. We did some voxel paint stuff. It's pretty much done. I just need to, like, figure out how people would use it or how I'd use it. But yeah, I probably won't work on it next time. Unless I, like, decide to do my whole fucking fire system and whatever. I do want to actually make a video about the voxel paint plugin or voxel paint system and kind of discuss like how I came up with the idea and how like iterating through it and what all the different choices were that I could have done. Just because I think that would make a pretty informative video, because, you know, a lot of people kind of ask, like, how do you like come up with these like stupid ideas and shit? So I think kind of discussing that process would be a good idea. Anyway, we are going to raid out. Who is on? We could raid Crimson. Yeah. Crimson or Kindred. I feel like I haven't raided Kindred in ages. I feel like I raid Crim all the time, you know? Let's just see what Kindred's doing. Is he doing Unreal, or is he out of Unreal? Or is he modeling? New creature design. Interesting. Oh, he's actually doing behaviors for it. Oh, you know what? That seems cool. Yeah, you know what? We'll raid out. And raid. How the fuck do I get there? Create a dashboard. Creator, not create a. Creator. Thanks for the stream. No worries. Thanks for watching. Thanks everyone for showing up. I know I haven't been streaming super consistent, but hopefully I continue. I would have streamed Monday, Tuesday, but I had like family stuff on, so I'll probably stream the rest of the week. And, you know, we just talk shit and do our usual stuff. Talk about putting babies in barrels and whatever the hypothetical entity nesting ends up doing. Where's Kindred? Kindred. Why can't it just show the people that I follow first? Kindred games. There we go. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging. I'll probably be streaming again tomorrow. If you enjoyed anything, then you know where to when to find it again. But yeah, we're definitely going to start getting back into Prismatica stuff, which is quite exciting. I'm excited. I'm rearing to go. I've just been like so busy with the plugin and all that kind of bullshit. But yeah, it'd be good to like do the final refactor of the framework of the game. You know, it's been a long time coming, but I finally feel almost ready to almost tackle it. Although I feel like I should get into C++ a bit first, so you know. Anyway, we rating. With that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And to all the YouTubists, thank you very much for YouTube watching. You guys are quite cool. Very, very cool.